Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. I was just counting noses myself, looking through the screen. So welcome everyone today and tomorrow's ASCAC meeting. You know, I just thought I would start and reflect a moment on the work we do, but also the loss that we're all feeling. I think everyone is feeling a little bit of sense of isolation. You know, one of the great things about these meetings among many is not just the official meeting, but the chance to talk to people in the hallways, to go to dinner, to socialize, to trade ideas, talk about projects, speculate about futures, and just catch up with old friends. And we've lost that, just as we've lost the annual gathering of most of the clan at the supercomputing conference, which is, you know, kind of an interesting metric to compute is what your mean free path is through the event before you stop to talk to someone. And you know, as much as so much of what we do relies on individual creativity, losing that sense of social interaction, I think, is a profound loss that we're all feeling across all disciplines. I certainly see it in my institution, and I expect you do too. Having said that, you know, we're in the business of making a difference in the midst of this pandemic, and high performance computing and the collaborations across science are making important contributions to understanding the characteristics of the virus, its epidemiological spread, and the whole process of developing vaccines. So we are also part of the solution. And so with that, let me turn the floor over to Harriet to offer a little bit of perspective from Washington. Harriet?
Thank you very much, Dan. I was wondering whether someone can show my slide. Yeah, thank you. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to come to ASCAC today in my relatively new capacity, currently the Deputy Director for Science Programs. So the next slide, please. So in my brief remark today, I would like to quickly summarize the Office of Science reorganization. Also say a few words about the QIS research centers. I recognize that later today, we will be getting a fuller report from Dr. Jaren Sisset, who has been our heroic leader of this tremendously exciting and important endeavor. So I would just say a few words about the research center, QIS research centers from my perspective. Following that would be the 2021 budget update, DOE COVID-19 response. Dan has already mentioned the high performance computing and the really compelling contributions that capability has brought to the department and the nation's response to COVID-19. And following that, a very brief summary of recent SC activities. So let's move on to the next slide. So as Dr. Binkley has already shared with you at the last ASCAC meeting, that Office of Science has undergone the reorganization, and we have been operating under this new structure since April of this year. The primary drivers of the reorganization is to better align the office with the strategic goals. The reorganization primarily affects the top levels of Office of Science and primarily with the creation of the Principal Deputy Director position. In this case, Dr. Steve Binkley has been elevated to the Principal Deputy Director role. Through the reorganization, we also have removed the Deputy Director for Resource Management, retained the Deputy Director for Science Program, which is I'm currently serving in that capacity. Deputy Director for Field Operations also continued Justin Fontaine assuming that role. So as you would note that under Steve's organization, there are a number of new offices, and these are indeed created to recognize the increasing strategic importance of several functions. And if we go to the next slide, please. So in particular, Office of Engineering and Technology, the two offices I would like to highlight today. The first one is the Office of Accelerated R&D and Production. Many of you know that accelerators have been the backbone of quite a number of the science user facilities. Even though these facilities are stewarded by primarily 4 different offices: BES, Fusion Energy Sciences, High Energy Physics, and Nuclear Physics, there are some common needs and common goals. So by recognizing some of the common challenges to be stewarded by Office of Science in general, the creation of the new office would allow us to devote attention and resources that will benefit across the different offices. And the 2 major aspects that we see are clearly of critical needs. One is to ensure there is a robust supply chain of some of these accelerator components, the industrialization of these technologies. And the second aspect, in my view, is also equally important, is to take a systems level approach towards the accelerated R&D and production. So this office will work closely with the science programs in SC3 to again strengthen the relationship and stewardship of accelerated R&D and production. The second office is the Isotope R&D and Production. This function used to be part of the Office of Nuclear Physics, and elevating the isotope R&D and production in this configuration, again, raised the visibility of the critical mission central functions of the isotope program, but also give it additional potential for growth and expansion. The other 2 aspects I would like to highlight, one is the Office of Strategic Planning and Interagency Coordination, and the second is the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Research Integrity. Both offices, the function have been expanding their importance and visibility, and having dedicated offices to shoulder the functions and responsibilities really serve the overall purpose and functions, strategic importance of Office of Science. So let's move on to the next slide, please. So specifically in the Deputy Director for Science Programs, SC3, there are also some changes in the organizations. So in addition to the 6 program offices, which have been residing in the Deputy Director for Science Program line, we're adding some additional offices. For example, the Office of Grants and Contracts is now part of the SC3, the workforce development for teachers and scientists. These 2 offices being co-located with SC3 will allow us to further strengthen the partnership between the science programs and these 2 offices. I'm also very excited to see 2 additional offices being part of the SC3 organization. One is the Office of Communications and Public Affairs, and the second is the Office of Scientific and Technical Information. We're already seeing fruits being borne by the co-location of these 2 offices with the science programs, as we're seeing even tighter integrations for us to use, for example, data analytics and to tie to the research accomplishments from the science programs, and then link that with the communication, developing an SC-wide communication strategies. So for example, the ASCAC 40 document, we're already seeing the preliminary thinking and planning for how do we amplify that very, very important and a milestone setting report. So with the co-location of these offices under the SC3, I think it's really a very exciting time for us to then even more closely link these different functions into one under one organization to further advocate and showcase the significant impacts from the Office of Science research programs. So let's go to the next slide, please. So the next segment is about the Office of Science budget. In FY20, the Office of Science overall enacted budget is at exact $7 billion. On top of that, Office of Science also has received nearly $100 million of through the CARES Act for COVID-19 S&T response. And later I will have a number of slides along that line on the CARES Act funding. So overall, Office of Science continues to be the largest supporter of physical sciences in the United States and striving to maintain a careful balance of the major components, the research, facility operations, and projects, and also continue to retain a very large footprint in terms of the geographical distribution of institutions, direct support for researchers and the users at the SC user facilities. Next slide, please. So before I segue into the FY21 budget update, I would like to use the quantum information science as an example to show the close integration and connection amongst the different parts of Office of Science. And QIS is one example where all 6 of Office of Science programs have now had very exciting, robust activities supporting this extremely high priority for the department, for Office of Science, and for the nation. And this is the case where ASCAC's leadership, especially intellectual leadership, has been instrumental in setting the framework and the leadership role for Office of Science, starting from the very early in 2017. I think it's ASCAC's community-based driven activities that formed the foundation of Office of Science QIS portfolio, the beginning of even though modest, but very influential investment in algorithm, in quantum computing hardware, some of the pilot projects. And based on that investment, the excitement and influence has been permeated in the other parts of Office of Science, where basic energy sciences and high energy physics and other parts of Office of Science have been steadily but systematically increasing our investment in quantum information science. And throughout the years, you can see different activities being proposed in the black font and turning the white font and turning into real investments activities throughout the years. And in 2021, we have nearly close to over 200 million, close to $250 million of at a request level. And this is really a signature piece of the Office of Science portfolio that cut across all 6 science programs, really take full advantage of the different aspects of Office of Science, the disciplines being stewarded, and really form a robust and very compelling portfolio in quantum information science. So next slide, please. So I would like to spend a few minutes to talk about the recently released quantum information science research centers, especially recognizing Dr. Jaren Sisset and Dr. Barb's leadership in this signature piece of the Office of Science investment. I would say that this is probably the first large-scale effort that cut across the technical breadth of Office of Science. The scope really built on extensive community-wide requests for information input, from technical scope to partnership model to management construct. One thing that I've also witnessed as also a first in my time in Office of Science is how quickly this FOA had come together. I remember over the Christmas break, we received a note indicating the preference to release the FOA in early parts of this year. This is actually a new approach where we have formed an integrated project team, getting all the components across the department, from the program representatives to the procurement experts and to the legal counsel, all sitting at the same table to quickly formulate this very expensive, very impactful solicitation. So a lot of credit due to Barb and Jaren. The FOA was released January 10th, and through a very thoughtful approach, the 5 research centers have been selected and recently announced. And the next slide, please. Without stealing the thunders from Jaren's talk, these are the 5 centers that we're very, very proud to see being selected, going through a very systematic and very thoughtful review and selection process. Collectively, these 5 centers, we believe, form a very comprehensive investment, especially in conjunction with the core research investments that all 6 office of science programs have now put in place and will continue to expand, that represent a really compelling office of science investment for this strategically very important topic. So the next slide, please. So quickly switching to the 2021 request. So continuing the trend from 2018, the request level is at a lower level than the prior years enacted. With the request of the science continue to strive to deliver scientific discoveries while maintaining a careful balance of focusing on cutting edge early stage research, but balancing the major components from research to facilities to construction. Next slide, please. So this shows the detail of the request across the 6 programs as well as other components in office of science. Shown here is the 2019 enacted level, 2020 enacted level, 21 request, but also I forgot to update this slide to include the housemark, but nonetheless, I think the housemark, which will be shown on the next slide, showed that there continues to be very strong support for office of science. Maybe let's switch to the next slide. Sorry, this is the research initiatives, and I just want to make a very quick, brief mention that OSCAR has been the leader on many of these new research initiatives, as well as ongoing research initiative. Let's go to the next slide, please. I really apologize. I switched my slides a little bit, so this is not exactly according to what I have originally planned. So before we show the 2021 housemark and the current status, I do want to reflect upon the history of office of science in terms of request and appropriation. So as I mentioned, starting in 2018, that was some major departure where the request and appropriation normally tracked within each other. 2018 was reflecting a very significant drop in at the request level. Nonetheless, as you can see from the red bars, office of science continued to enjoy very strong, robust support from the community as well as congressional support. And the next slide shows the OSCAR comparison. If you can go to the next slide, thank you. So this is the situation with the Oscars request versus appropriation. So despite the significant drop in the overall Office of Science request, I think Oscars through the leadership of Office of Science continue to reflect a very, very strong support, both at the request level as well as the appropriation level. I think there's a lot to be said about how well the portfolio, the program has really positioned itself to continue to demonstrate its critical contribution and important role scientific computing research has played and will continue to play for the department, for the nation's S&T competitiveness and leadership. So I think from this point, you can clearly see, even in 10 years' time, the Oscars funding has already has doubled in the past decade. And I think as Barb will show in her presentation, this is the program that has clearly demonstrated a very thoughtful, very systematic, community-based strategic planning to ensure that you continue to stay at the forefront of your field, but also clearly centrally position the portfolio in the department's strategic priorities. So I think the next slide is the one that I've been referring to since several slides ago. Again, my sincere apology. So what has happened is that since the release of the president's budget, we have only seen the House mark, the House Energy and Water Subcommittee mark, and the full committee mark. Overall, Office of Science has been provided $7.05 billion, which reflects an increase of $50 million above the FY 2020 level and $1.2 billion above the request. In addition, I think Barb will go into more details on the House mark in the Oscar space. But in addition to the regular appropriation, Office of Science has also fared very well, been given an additional $6.25 billion under the emergency funding. And this is primarily framed to support scientific user facilities, universities accelerate ongoing construction project across the country, and Oscars is very heavily represented in the very, very strong support. And here shown at the bottom are a number of projects that are in the Oscar space, which overall, in addition to the very strong support in the base funding within the emergency funding, Oscar is also very well represented. While we wait for additional actions on congressional part, I think so far it really has continued the trend of the Oscars' strong support through both the administration and congressional support. So let's move on to the next slide. So the next several slides, I do want to spend some time talking about COVID-19. I think Dan has very well articulated the impact, the loss of that connectivity. And from a federal viewpoint, we also have seen firsthand how COVID has impacted our researchers across the full spectrum. So within Office of Science, we have been exercising maximum flexibility to support investigators, staff, and students within the authorities given to Office of Science. So in this case, we have been allocating additional flexibilities to permit salaries paid, provided that these expenditures are consistent with your individual institution's policy. In addition to that, Office of Science has also taken actions to extend deadlines of proposals, pre-proposal letters of intent, and progress report. No cost extension had been awarded promptly. In few cases, subject to availability of funds, supplemental requests have also been considered and granted. Overall, we are aligned with the OMB memos, which have provided some flexibility, but then I think Office of Science, in addition, have been trying to exercise our maximum flexibility to support the COVID impacts on our community. So even though OMB has rescinded some of the flexibilities granted earlier in the year, we would like to strongly encourage our community, if you have any questions about certain flexibility being given earlier, to contact first your research sponsor office and also the Office of Grants and Contracts to make sure that we can work with you and to provide the maximum flexibility granted within our authority. So let's move on to the next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, in addition to the $7 billion of regular appropriation, Office of Science has also been given nearly $100 million of the CARES Act funding. The intent is to contribute to the S&T response to COVID-19. This is really primarily recognizing the broad capabilities that are residing within the DOE complex. I think high performance computing is one that is widely recognized and as Dan mentioned earlier, widely been utilized to tackle many fronts of the COVID-19 S&T response. In addition to high performance computing, there are also user facilities such as X-ray light sources, neutron sources, nanoscale science centers. So in addition to these in addition to these capabilities, there are also deep experiences and expertise relative to combating the COVID-19 from R&D testing, antiviral drug discovery, vaccine discovery, supply chain bottlenecks in advanced manufacturing, modeling, understanding epidemiology modeling, understanding the disease spread, and also really deep and long history of molecular and structural biology. So capitalizing on these deep and broad capabilities and expertise, DOE under Dr. Chris Fall's leadership has stood up the National Virtual Biotechnology Laboratory, which is the next slide, please. Thank you. So the concept was formed that given the urgency and the magnitude of the challenges, how do we quickly stand up across the DOE laboratories capabilities to combat COVID-19. So in a virtual format, this is where the National Virtual Biotechnology Laboratory concept was formed, is to have this one front door approach where we can coordinate the incoming requests, especially as we are seeing firsthand where the especially gaps in knowledge and technologies, and then match these gaps to the capabilities, facilities, and expertise that are residing at DOE laboratories. So all 17 national laboratories have expertise representatives that comprise the consortium, form the basis of the NBBL, again, taking full advantage of the DOE user facilities. So as part of the CARES Act funding has gone towards supporting building up capabilities, including additional computing capabilities and other user facilities, we have also devoted some of the CARES Act funding to stand up a number of research projects that we think are of the a compelling nature, but also perfectly matching with what the DOE capabilities in these specific areas, and these are outlined below: epidemiology, modeling, and also logistic support. As the disease were quickly spreading, I think there was a point of integrating the various data sets, especially with, for example, supply chains issues from hospital beds, to ventilators and PPEs and so forth. So how do we utilize exactly the high performance computing and other computing resources at DOE laboratories to help policymakers with not only analyzing the current COVID infection data, but also provide some kind of prospective, predictive modeling support. The second area is to address supply chain bottlenecks. Advanced manufacturing, including additive manufacturing, has been a core strength at several of DOE laboratories. In this case, that we're able to utilize these core capabilities, especially developing some of the prototypes, and then offload translate that prototypes to industrial vendors from the N95 masks type of production to test tubes and test stands type of prototyping. This is really one clear success example that we're very proud to utilize the advanced manufacturing capability at DOE laboratories. Medical therapeutics, computational drug discovery, and structural biology, the really long-standing partnership between DOE and NIH. Innovations on testing, so the shortage of reagents, how do we develop a reagent that with a broader supply, but also a better sensitivity and easier to test and so forth, being able to scale them up. New project is, that has recently been stood up is the understanding the fate and transport of virus in the environment, and with the broad opening of schools and restaurants and other community gatherings, understanding how the virus is being transported through the environment is a critical need, but also a perfect match with the long-standing core capabilities at DOE laboratories. So let me quickly move on to the next slide and try to wrap up. I'm sorry, I'm kind of running a little long. So the last two slides, I just would like to take this opportunity and I thought that from an SD3 point of view to introduce other aspects of program activities to the ASCAC community, calling your attention to BSAC recently released a neutron subcommittee report. This was a 2-year study looking at reactor sources, the future of robust, continued steward the robust nature of reactor sources into the future. FESAC is still in their long-range planning process after the first phase, which was done in partnership with APS. The FESAC subcommittee is in the process of wrapping up their long-range plan, which is supposedly to be delivered by December of this year. HEP, through partnership with HEPAP, has recently done some survey on the COVID-19 impact on their HEP research. This is a report that was recently produced. I thought this would maybe of interest to ASCAC as well. EIC on the nuclear physics front, a very exciting signature facility for the nuclear physics community is the mission need being approved for the electron ion collider. The last piece is a partnership between the DOE PA communication with the science program is this series of DOE Explains. I think for those of us continue to grapple with how do we communicate the broad and profound impact of science accomplishments. This is a series of keywords and concepts in fundamental science written in a way hopefully will reach out to the broader community. And the last slide is just a reminder that the 2020 EO Lawrence Awards is currently open, and we're taking nominations, and the deadline is fast approaching October 1st. So with that, I would like to thank Barb, Dan for the invitation, and Christine for inviting me to ASCAC. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to take questions. Sorry, it runs a little long.
I think the meme of the year must be You're on mute, and so I was on mute. I apologize. Thank you, Harriet, and no worries about timing. Anyone have questions?
It's Vint. I have two, but it could be that they belong in later presentations. One of them has to do with digging a little deeper into quantum algorithm development, and I suspect we'll have some presentations coming on that. The second one has to do with ESNet funding. Are we satisfied that it's adequate? And again, I gather tomorrow we'll be talking about ESNet 6, so it could be both of those questions will get answered later.
Yeah, I do believe that Barb will have some aspect in her talk, and Jaren will also address some of the quantum algorithm, but thanks for that question.
Any other questions for Harriet? I'll see none. Thank you, Harriet. I know you have lots of things going on in the office. Appreciate you coming to join us this morning. And in that spirit of cross Office of Science collaboration, our next speaker is Tony Hay, who's going to talk about the cross-cutting AI subcommittee report and in its status. So, Tony, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. Right. So what I'd like to do is explain what I've been doing for the last 6 months, is trying to work with the rather diverse subcommittee to look at, to answer the charge that was given us by the Office of Science about an AI initiative called AI for Science for short. So let me quickly go through it and leave some time for questions. So this was the charge letter, and it talks about the context is AI is clearly machine learning are clearly important technologies, and they will have impact on science, but maybe more challenging. And so we were required to deliver a report that assesses the opportunities and challenges from AI and machine learning for science and the Office of Science Missions, and identifies strategies ASCAC can use. And the cross-cutting nature of the action for the whole of the Office of Science, that we have members from the other Office of Science programs, the 5 other Office Science programs, as well as information from industry and agencies. So membership of the subcommittee, you've seen before. Phil Bourne was originally on the list from Charlottesville, but he was unable to continue. So we had some academics, as you can see, Jack and myself from ASCAC, Fred Streitz from AITO, and representatives from the other advisory committees, as you see down there. And from the National Science Board, we had Neil Sargent from Caltech. And they attended very well, and they participated, all of them. So I was really very happy with the committee. Just to summarize what we did, we had a one-day physical meeting at the end of February in Washington, D.C. And of course, the remaining meetings were held via Zoom in March and April. And the subcommittee writing, let me just smallise that, yes. Subcommittee writing task was allocated in April and May, and we produced a verbal report to Barb in May as requested. But first official draft of the report was produced in June and circulated to all the SC advisory committees, and we got comments and suggestions and so on by the end of July, and some a little later. So what we spent some time in August was an email discussion of these suggestions and inputs, and consequently reworked several sections of the draft report during August. And we had our last meeting, I hope it's the last meeting, on 1st of September to discuss and agree the final draft of the report, which is what you have before you. So that was what we've been doing, and what I should just quickly go through is the structure of the report. Then I'll go through in some depth in some sections. So the report starts with an executive summary, has an introduction and the context, then the key findings and recommendations. And the report itself gives more of the background, charge letter, what we did to get information for the committee and so on. We discuss DOE as the lead agency for this particular initiative and the opportunities and challenges that this can have for the Office of Science Missions. And then the major section is section 6, which looks at a large number of strategies, and I'll go through that in a bit more detail. We end with the summary of the conclusions, which actually ends up as the key findings and recommendations. So this is the subtext for section 6. There's the section on AI applications, which are the priority research directions for all the advisory committees, many of whom have written an official report about AI and machine learning on their field. Obviously, we have a section on AI algorithms and foundations, the research that needs to be done, the software infrastructure that needs to be built, and the plethora of new hardware technologies. There's 100 new chip manufacturers building new chips now that we've reached essentially the end of Moore's law, but we have now a really explosion of activity in architecture design. Section 6.6 is one I'd like to spend some time on because it seems to me a rather important area. It's what is called the instrument to edge computing, and I'll explain that. And then there are ones which are relatively straightforward, the training, focusing our training on relevant training and retention of people in our labs and universities. University partnerships, which I will try and argue is more important in this AI for Science initiative than they were perhaps in the exascale computing project, mainly because not many universities do exascale computing, but many universities have AI research, obviously. Collaboration with industry, interagency collaboration, international collaboration, and then there was some strong feeling that having sacrificed the long-term applied mathematics and computer science research program when the exascale project was set up, it was important that this very long-term research program was reinstated, given some status. But I'll come back to that. There's some figures and this in the appendices. So introduction and background. Well, the first thing is the executive order in February 2019 about maintaining American leadership in artificial intelligence, and it called for federal agencies to prioritize AI research and development. And that's the starting point really for this activity. And the response from the DOE labs was impressive in that Argonne, Berkeley and Oak Ridge established what they called town halls for science, and that they had over 1,000 scientists participating in meetings in Chicago, in Berkeley, in Oak Ridge, and the last one was in Washington, DC. And they looked at research opportunities in AI in all the different disciplines, but also in software infrastructure and hardware and so on. And it was similar in approach to what was done for the exascale, launching the exascale program in 2007. And the report you can get on the website at Argonne. You can get this report, which is a very useful report as a starting point. And as it says there, the ASCAC subcommittee report was due in May. The first, well, that was the verbal report to Bob, but the first official draft was in June. So, what did we do? The first thing we did, we needed to get all the subcommittee up to speed in the various activities that are going on in this space and what industry is doing and so on. So we had presentations from the 3 leaders of the town halls, Rick Stevens from Argonne, Kathy Vielik from Berkeley, and Jeff Nichols from Oak Ridge. We had presentations to the subcommittee from each of the Office of Science programs, the high energy physics, biology and environment, and basic energy sciences, nuclear structure, and fusion energy sciences from the members of the committee, and they prepared with their community, they prepared a presentation. We had agency presentations, one from NSF, well, two from NSF, Manish Parasha, who is actually leading the Cyber Infrastructure Office, and Denise Caldwell, who is in Physical Sciences. And in NIH, we had Susan Gregoric, who is a member of ASCAC, and Grace Peng from NIBIB, who presented some of the activities in NIH in AI and using AI for image understanding, for example. The industrial presentations were interesting. We had presentations from the 5 major IT companies in software: Amazon, Google, IBM, Microsoft, and Facebook. And I thank Vint for helping me getting some input from Google, but in the end we had very good input from all of them. We also had a couple of examples from the hardware IT industry. Cerebras for these new startups with their wafer-sized chip, and Intel with their vision for the future. We also heard from 2 non-IT industries, GSK and GE, who have been using machine learning and AI for many years in some form or other. So they were very much focused on using AI in its most general sense in their business. And so that was a useful thing. We had other presentations on AI from David Womble at Oak Ridge, from Becca Willett, who was a member of the subcommittee from the University of Chicago, and from Pedro Domingos at the University of Washington, who has, for example, written a popular book on machine learning. We had other presentations, one on the camera project, which is an interesting project, which is joint between OSCAR and BES, and Jamie Sethian gave the presentation on that. We had Laura Freeman on behalf of the statistics community giving a presentation on her focus on machine learning, AI, and big data. Tanmoy Bhattacharya from Los Alamos, who gave an exciting presentation on uncertainty quantification, which is an important thing for AI and machine learning applied to science. So we also collected a whole lot of reports. We had an archive up in the cloud where we could all put documents. We had the Office of Science reports listed there, and we had a large number of national reports, which were, some of them were very useful, some of them were not so useful, and there was a community report, which rather than a formal report from the HEP community. So those were our background that we put together, and what we then did was move on to the next section, which is maybe surprising. Why do we need to justify DOE as being the lead agency for this AI initiative, AI for Science? Well, the reason is clear when you look, for example, the presentations given by NSF. This is an NSF slide that's shown to us, NSF leadership in AI, and they've been recognized as funding AI for many, many years. And this is France Cordova in her role with AI in many areas. And AI, this is another slide, AI cuts across NSF priorities and their Big Ideas program, and this is a quote from Francis. AI is the universal connector that interweaves all of our big ideas. Data science is changing the very nature of scientific inquiry, and AI's use of data has the potential to revolutionize everything we do in science. So you see, there is a need to justify why DOE, the leader of such an AI for Science program. And I think the answer is quite clear, that it's the focus on the data sets and the user facilities which create these data sets. And so DOE focuses on big computing, big data, and large-scale science, and that's really its unique niche. And one of the other things that it does very well with the labs, it's able to put a team of people on a project with different skills in mathematics and computer science and so on, together with software engineers and application scientists to produce end-to-end science solutions. So I think there really is a strong argument that AI for science, in the sense of the big science generated by the facilities, is really a major plus for DOE, and they obviously need to work with NSF in a closer relationship, I think, than we did in the Exascale program. But I think DOE leadership role in this area is perfectly justifiable, and we should make sure we defend it vigorously. So, opportunities and challenges from AI and machine learning for Office of Science missions. So there are some words in the report in section 5, and one of the points made are these are the sort of the advances expected from the use of AI and machine learning in science. And just to pick out a few of these, to accelerate the design, discovery and evaluation of new materials, increase the capabilities of exascale and future supercomputers by counting on AI surrogates, development of self-driving laboratories and scientific workflows, improve experiments by inserting inference capabilities in control and analysis loops and so on. So it's really a whole list of plausible and credible things that we will be able to get if we can implement AI for science effectively, and it'll mean that science can be delivered more efficiently and faster, and smaller signals picked up, and discoveries which can help the nation both in scientifically but also in commercial exploitation. Strategies to deliver the opportunities of AI for science. So we came to the conclusion, it was the sort of proposal from the town meetings, that there are 4 real components. One is the application-specific areas, the solutions based on the hardware software algorithm co-design, and that's the AI algorithm is an important piece you have to put in along with the users, the software developers and the hardware experts. There's an important component, obviously, research and development in AI algorithms and the foundations. There are many issues there, and I'll list some of them in a moment. And the development of AI software infrastructure. We're going to have a lot of different diverse hardware components and a lot of different types of challenges to actually give services to users. And so there's a massive challenge in developing the software infrastructure appropriate for this AI for Science initiative. And lastly, of course, the hardware architectures are changing. We're seeing an HPC AI, we're seeing a whole plethora of new chips being developed, and how you put that all together, there'll be chips at the edge and sensors and all sorts of intelligent instruments, as well as supercomputers, which can do not only for simulation, but also for AI, rather like Summit at Oak Ridge. So those are the 4 components. And the opening remark then is that to make this work, you'll need a full partnership in all areas of the Office of Science. And that was why I think it was very wise to include all the 5 other advisory committees in the creation of this report. Engagement of the national laboratories and their user facilities is clearly key because they produce the data. Involvement of university, as I said, I think will be more important than it was with the Exascale program. And private industry research communities, I had, as a result of Vint's invention, I had a very good conversations with Google DeepMind in the UK and also Google, their research projects in the US. And I think they have much to offer. Also, we need to figure out how we work with other agencies, and I've listed just 4 of them. We're already working in some areas with the National Science Foundation and National Institute of Health, but I think also that NIST and the Department of Defense have areas where we will likely want to collaborate. And in fact, there also is other parts of DOE, like NNSA, might be also another one you might want to put down. It's a huge task to build all this new software infrastructure, and therefore collaboration with expert organizations, the phrase in the executive order is like-minded countries, and I think that's actually an important area. There are, I think, benefits from doing some well-structured collaborations in specific areas with like-minded countries. But then also, if you want your users to be able to use all this stuff, you have to have great user interfaces and environments, but you also have to have a process for dissemination of relevant stuff to the scientific community. And so these are the things that we take for granted and we have to make happen. So if I go then through the rest of section 6.2 is the AI applications. In the report, you'll see it's probably the biggest section in the report because there's a few pages on each of these research areas: basic energy sciences, biological and environmental sciences, which has 2 aspects, climate and environmental and biological systems, fusion energy sciences, high energy physics, which has been pioneering many of these applications, AI and machine learning, and nuclear physics. So what we didn't do was try and harmonize all these applications, all these presentations. And so in the priority research directions identified in each of these, there are some which are generic and you could extract out and would be generic across all of these, and some which are very specific, but those are easy to identify. So you will find detailed priority research directions in the report for each of these areas. AI algorithms and foundations. Well, one approach is to say, well, why do we bother? Because industry with TensorFlow and PyTorch give us all the tools you need to do these challenges. Well, this is not the case for the problems we're attacking in DOE for the following reasons. First of all, the big breakthrough in machine learning with ImageNet was using a labeled data set as ground truth, and the scientific data sets you get from the machines are very rarely annotated with the information you need to do these training on neural networks. So you have to actually think about clever ways to get around the fact that the annotations are not automatic. And for example, in the camera project, they have different types of neural networks, mixed scale networks, which actually allow you to get results with much less data than would have to do if you trained it in the sort of ImageNet fashion. Scientific data can often be very expensive to obtain and to put into a form suitable for data analysis, and that's not something you can pick up a tool off the shelf to go and do. Extracting the correct scientific information from a scientific problem, you really want the machine learning and the AI algorithms to enforce conservation of energy, relational invariance, constraints and physical principles need to be incorporated into these machine learning methods. And that's at the moment in its infancy. In many scientific and engineering applications, in addition, the price of being wrong is high, whereas if you don't get quite the optimum solution for selecting adverts to particular selections of users, it's not critical. But actually in science it can be, and you therefore need some guarantee on whether it's appropriate to use that, what the error bars are likely to be, what the uncertainties. And so these are rather different things that you don't get from the off-the-shelf tools. So developing algorithms that meet these sort of challenges will be a core effort and will actually undoubtedly profoundly make a difference to the impact of an AI for Science initiative. So in the report, we list a number of areas for research, which I've just listed here, and I mean, I don't think there's any point in my going through them all in detail, just picking out one that I talked about: incorporation of physical models into AI infrastructure, creation of surrogates. These are things that can simulate what a physics simulation can do, and actually can convert a exaflop machine into a yottaflop machine or whatever. So surrogates are going to be important, but control, AI-enabled experimental design, operation of experimental facilities, all of which are going to be impacted by these techniques. Predictive maintenance is another one, and managing computational resources and the workflows, how you can put all those together. And of course, one of the challenges with these neural networks is the fact that they're very brittle. With if you put some adversarial noise, they're rather brittle, and therefore robustness is really an issue and a challenge for their use by scientists. So there are many other challenges. These are not a complete set, but it is. Where am I? Yes, okay. So, but they're some of the key areas. And if I go to the software infrastructure, DOE researchers, as you all know, produce massive amounts of data from simulations and models on supercomputers. But actually, these can actually benefit by integrating some of the AI capabilities like surrogates and so on. And there's a real challenge for the software you're going to have to write. The facilities themselves also produce massive amounts of data, which require new AI software to do the analysis. And in addition, many of the data sets require these large-scale, high-performance computing systems, which may have unique architectural features, so they're not standard off the shelf. They have accelerators, and the accelerators will get progressively more exotic and different, I suspect, in the future post-Moore's law. So I think you're going to have to write a lot of software to make these systems work for ordinary users. And the DOE workloads on computers will increasingly depend on data and also using accelerators requiring a rather specialized software stack. So lastly, coupling of these scientific codes with AI workloads isn't straightforward, and tools like in industry like Horovod, for example, which does scale, but the scaling and performance of these commercial distributed machine learning frameworks is not straightforward and will require work. So there's a lot of work to do there, and some specific things that were picked out were data management and engineering for these AI solutions, creating user-friendly environments for scientists and users to use, workflow management and resource management for data and for computation, putting them together, simulation incorporating AI and machine learning technologies. For example, like in density functional theory, you can get potentials by using machine learning techniques, and people are exploring those. Compilers for domain-specific machine learning, and runtime systems for these highly heterogeneous architectures will require a lot of effort and work to make efficient and usable. And also, there's now an emphasis on the reproducibility of results and the reusability of data. And there's an initiative called FAIR, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data, which actually, if we're going to take it seriously, will involve a lot of work, and using smart tools and smart intelligent systems to actually work with the data will help enormously. And again, understanding where the problems are, workload analysis and benchmarking is a fundamental requirement for these. And these are only some of the challenges, but they're the ones we listed. So new hardware technologies for AI. The future leadership scale computers will not only need to do the large scale simulations they do at the moment, but they'll do hybrid models, AI surrogates, but they'll also do data, next generation AI driven models. And so data is increasingly being a driver for the supercomputers. You look at the use of NERSC, for example, and you'll find that many more data challenges are actually being run on the machine than was the case a few years ago. Hardware required for these central leadership computing clearly differs from the hardware at the edge or when you're doing real-time use cases. You have sensors on the instruments, and you'll have all sorts of different monitors and recording devices, and this marketplace for specialized hardware demands for the AI side, which works not only on the big facilities, but also can integrate some of the work at the edge with the getting information and data in a form that can be used for the analysis coming from sensors and everything else. So what DOE needs to do is create a strategy to understand the hardware landscape so it can actually pick out the areas where it needs to use new hardware to serve its science mission. And typically needs to export extreme data rates, low latency response times, and increasingly, can you exploit in these AI solutions explicit knowledge? So the facilities, ASCAC facilities, will also continue to design complex networking and computing systems, and increasingly they'll need to include the evolving AI ecosystem as an automatic assumption in the design process. These are some of the challenges for new hardware technologies. Now, the one change that became from the first draft to the final draft was really this edge computing. Instrument to edge computing. So as I explained, edge computing is to do with the sensors and significant computing resources located at the facilities and instruments to detect events and anomalies very efficiently, and also reduce the huge raw instrument data rates to manageable levels. And if you think, for example, at CERN, the data rates are huge, and they only collect a fraction of the actual data from event collisions. So the goal of DOE's proposed instrument-to-edge computing activity is to deploy data analysis methodologies and tools and services at the facilities that can exploit AI and machine learning in their intelligence at the edge, if you like. But they also need to be able to link when necessary to the LCFs, the major computing facilities that support simulation and can use AI technologies to optimize and to steer the actual evolution of the experiments. So you have these two areas, the edge and the center, and you need to worry about both of them. And because of our experience at DOE in the ECP with co-design, we believe that DOE is well positioned to attack this problem with hardware, software, algorithm co-design. So we need to actually have hardware experts, software engineers, and mathematicians and computer sciences to actually work with the users to create usable and usable implementations of AI AI technologies that they can find helpful in getting science. Luckily, as I said, the co-design culture has now been with DOE for many years, and I would say it's matured during ECP, and you have these teams of users, instrument providers, as well as hardware designers and computers. And in ECP, there are 6 co-design centers, and 2 of them are obviously of relevance to this instrument to edge initiative. One would be the XLearn Co-Design Center, and the other one is the Center for Online Data Analysis and Reduction. So we have a starting point, and I think it's important that in any initiative, we leverage the ECP experience to create new AI and machine learning capabilities and tools. And just to show you, at our first meeting with the ALDs who led the town halls, we were shown a potential initiative along the lines of exascale. So at the top, you see the application, software infrastructure, maths and foundations, and hardware. And you have a research program initially, and then you have an R&D phase, and then you have a deployment phase. You notice underneath, the green lines show that as you're doing R&D, you also come up with new research problems, so you perhaps want to keep some research going as well as the R&D, and similarly in the deployment phase. But the bottom line is the upgrades to our leadership scale computing facilities at Argonne, Oak Ridge, and also the Berkeley machine NERSC. But in the middle, there's a new line, which is instrument to edge, where the proposal is to actually fund this instrument to edge activity, where you put the beamline scientists and the users together with the software and the theoreticians and the hardware to make a change. And what I find, for example, at my lab in the UK, there's a sort of disconnect between the beamline scientists and what goes on in the software engineers and the research activities there, and bringing it together. And this would be a wonderful way to really make a difference, so that you actually have ASCAC funding a project which is combining users and lab and facilities experts with the lab resources in hardware and software and AI. So I think it's a very important and useful addition. So the remaining sections, I can be brief, and I'm not going to talk much about them. There's the training, focusing and retention, and obviously we need to, the country has a need for people knowing about AI, data science, machine learning, and so on. To do that, both for the lab workforce, but also more generally in getting people interested, and so they can be useful for US industrial competitiveness. University partnerships are, as I said, going to be much more important in this initiative than they were in the Exascale initiative, in my view. And talking with NSF, I think, will be important, and we can imagine that there could be a joint center. There could be, because NSF have centers with other agencies, and we could actually put one together with the DOE, and we could also have some joint calls. And so those are things that I think are worth considering. Collaboration with industry is a given. Interagency collaboration, I think, can be important, and NSF is an obvious agency, as is NIH with its emphasis on images and so on. International collaboration is welcomed, and I think we need to make that work. And again, the importance of re-establishing the very long-term applied maths and computer science research programs in ASCAC is something that people felt, although it's not strictly in an AI for science initiative. So just to get to the conclusions, one of the comments on the first draft was, could we include something about artificial intelligence and machine learning and so on, and also about data science? So I put in these I don't know, they're cartoons, they're sort of brief summaries which show you that machine learning is a subset of AI, deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and we explain a little bit what neural networks are. And this is a simplistic view of at least some aspects of what data scientists do. There's the data engineer who gets data off the hardware, the data analyst who actually goes and does the analysis through using statistical and analytical methods, and the data steward who actually makes sure that there's adequate metadata that can be used it and so on. And so these are all the different aspects of data science. There are more you could imagine, but this is a simplistic view. To make the report more self-contained was the wish of several people. The findings. So the key findings you'll have seen in the report. There really is a new time. You have the breakthroughs in AI, the big data, and the end of Moore's law and HPC becoming more, the architectural solutions being very much more interesting. It's a once in a generation opportunity to try and accelerate scientific discovery and create synergies across these areas. Finding B, we believe that science can benefit from AI tools, but commercial solutions are not sufficient, although I think they will help. They're not sufficient to address what's needed by the DOE science community. We believe that AI for science throughout the Office of Science will enable all the users you saw Harriet talk about in her summary of the DOE to take advantage of these user facilities if we can make the tools and environments usable and powerful. And finding D was that it's not just simply compute power, it's the fact that you have sensors everywhere, interconnectivity for real-time monitoring and so on. So it's a large amount of effort on algorithms, tools and software. E, DOE labs are uniquely positioned to integrate these because of the co-design teams, and we think that's an important finding. Is that although we're thinking about an AI for Science initiative for the Office of Science, we believe it'll have much more impact across the whole of DOE, but also for industrial investments and other parts of the US agencies and industry. The workforce in AI and machine technologies will actually help US competitiveness, and we feel partnering with agencies and international efforts will be important to deliver the goals. So our recommendations, we have 6. One was the creation of this initiative, which is listed here, and the initiative should provide a clear guided roadmap from research to deployment. DOE laboratories can play a leading role. No other agency has the breadth, critical mass, or large project management experience to undertake this cross-disciplinary challenge. We have lots of little projects on AI in this area and that area, but they will not be fully exploited unless we sort of bring them together in an overall project. And the structure has these 4 levels: hardware, AI algorithms and research, and AI applications, the applications which are enabled by these technologies. And we believe that a 10-year program along the lines of the Exascale Computing Initiative and ECP would actually be the right sort of scale, and the work of these 4 themes must be closely coupled as we have seen in the ECP. And the roadmap I showed you when I was discussing the instrument to edge analysis shows these different phases, and continuing research during the R&D and deployment phases we believe will become an important part. So this was the diagram I was discussing. Instrument to Edge initiative, I think, is a really bold new initiative, and I think really could make a difference, because bringing together the beamline scientists and facilities operators with the users and the scientists and computer scientists in the labs with the hardware that they have will be a really creative thing to do. So I think this is a very important recommendation. Training and retention of the AI workforce. I think this is an important, and we can imagine we have to work closely with NSF, who have the mandate for training, but we can also do things like having a data science or machine learning graduate fellowship like we have in computation. So there are many things we can do, and there's a large industrial appetite for such people. Interagency communication. I talk about the NIH with the Candle project and the MOU on computational neuroscience, but there really is an opportunity to work with on a bigger scale with NSF, for example. And the last recommendation was international action. I think that it would be important to try and see if we can set up a collaboration with some like-minded countries to actually decide on which areas that we can jointly attack and which areas that they can help with and we can do, and so on. So I think there's a great deal of work to be done there, and the DOE have in the past with ASCAC done such things with exascale software, and so I think this is a really an opportunity for DOE to take the lead in arranging these international collaborations. And that's my last slide. I'm sorry that I've overrun a little bit, so I apologize.
Thanks, Tony. And we have a little bit of time for questions, and I hope we can move to the discussion for those of you on the committee about approving the report. But I see in the chat that Vint has a few questions. So
I would not be surprised if Vint had a few questions.
First of all, thank you, Tony, for an excellent report and summary for us. And second, thank you for recognizing Google and DeepMind. I appreciate that. I'm glad to know that that connection worked out well. I have a detailed technical question, and I'm not quite sure whether it's addressable now, but I'm thinking about supervised versus unsupervised learning. In the supervised case, we know what we are doing because we've labeled it, we've trained it based on ground truth. And yet that only helps us to detect that which we already know. That's good for reinforcing a theory that, whose data is, supports the theory. Unsupervised machine learning is intended to allow the system to discover correlations. Of course, the correlations are not necessarily causality, but is it your sense that the unsupervised learning methods are really capable of discovery for us?
Well, okay, no, those are good questions. Getting the ground truth, when the data comes off the machine, it isn't labeled. So you have some options. One is you can pay people, or grad students can spend hours trying to label a subset of the data, and that's what they do. Other ones they do, which concerns me and concerns your question, is that they use a Monte Carlo to generate artificial data to train on. But then, of course, you've put in the answer and you get essentially, so what happens if you see something which is genuinely new? And those are concerns. On the other hand, unsupervised learning is, totally unsupervised learning is still, I think, the Wild West. And that's the reason why there is a lot of interest in the research community in different ways of doing things. So as you know, with Google, they've done some really very interesting things. And they did, for example, AlphaFold, which was the best protein folding prediction tool. And so I think there are things that are usable, but you're right. One of the challenges is the labeled data. And if you're only going to do supervised learning, so there's semi-supervised learning, unsupervised, which is really the Wild West, and reinforcement learning. So there are many different ways of doing things, but I think we haven't seen the end of it. And we also haven't seen how you include scientific principles in these algorithms to make them work. And that's what the Google DeepMind team did quite well with the AlphaFold type approach. So I can't answer your question, but I do think it's an important one.
Dan, is it all right if I ask a few more?
Sure. We do have a little bit of time constraint. Yeah, we have some time. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. One other thought, Tony, in the DeepMind world and Google's use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in particular, there is a kind of a peculiar design Monte Carlo possibility. You know, when you build a neural network, you have a bunch of different interfaces between the layers of the net, and those can change. You know, there are lots of variations on that. You can imagine doing Monte Carlo designs of multi-layer neural networks and exploring their capability. I want to reinforce something that you said about collaboration with NSF. And I think there are two very important reasons why we should keep that on our radar screen. The first one is that as good as the labs are, they're a finite pool of talent. And NSF has access to what in effect is an extremely large pool of talent. And so working with them gives access to that. But there's a second reason. The new director of NSF is Panchanathan. And he's a computer scientist. And so he will resonate, I think, with this kind of collaboration. So that's just to reinforce your point.
Yeah, in fact, I talked with Punch because we had Anila from the National Science Board, and she connected me with him before he'd been confirmed, and he was immensely enthusiastic. But as you know, getting funding agencies to collaborate is a bit like getting porcupines to mate. You've got to be a bit careful. And however, I think Barbara and Chris can work with Punch, and I think it's an important thing to do. Yeah, I agree.
Well, and I want to introduce proof that agencies can work together, because when we were doing the internet, we had DOE, NASA, DARPA, and NSF all collaborating. They formed the FRIC, remember, the Federal Research Information Coordinating Committee or something like that. And they collaborated on funding. You remember that?
Well, I knew that NSF and DARPA had. I didn't know about all the others. No, that's interesting.
DOE and NASA were part of it. They were co-funding. It was the predecessor to the NITRE-D program, which was doing cross-cutting coordination of research funding. So my view is it's possible. It's been demonstrated before. We can do it again. Next point is, thank you for not mentioning blockchain.
Aha.
Yeah, it's the Brill cream of computer science for people who are old enough to remember that that material. So
some of us don't need Brill cream even now.
No.
Well, yeah. Hey, that says we don't need that crap anymore. Let's see, the last point I want, okay, now the instrument to the edge, which you are quite excited about. I am worried about this because we could use the instrument at the edge system to do filtering, which is important because of the data rates that we deal with. But what we don't want to accidentally do is filter out the new thing. You don't want to accidentally filter out the, sure, that's funny. So we have to be very careful and thoughtful about that. And finally, I wanted to mention that Google has worked with TriAlpha. I think we talked about this before, to use machine learning as a way of managing instability in fusion plasmas, to detect the instabilities and to respond with control faster than people could. So I think you're onto something here.
No, I think there are lots of opportunities in control of complex apparatus and complex facilities. Absolutely. No, I agree with you on that.
So I'm sensitive to Chris's time. I'm wondering if, is he here yet?
Yeah, I think I'm here. Am I here?
Where is here? All right, wonderful. I would suggest let's defer the conversation about approving the report. And I know there's some other questions. And Chris, I know your time is precious. So why don't we just segue to you and give you a chance to give us an update from the Office of Science.
Yeah, thank you. And here, it's not so much precious, but it is highly scheduled today. And I got to get into another meeting. And here is Indiana, it turns out. So I'm kind of talking to you from the picture at the side of the road. I can see corn. So I hope you can hear me okay. I appreciate, I just wanted to say, I'm going to be quick about this. And I think we have a couple minutes for questions if we want to do that. I'll leave it to you all. But appreciate the comments about the mating porcupines. We're very aware of this issue, and that's my goal with Ponch and my goal with Kelvin Drogemeyer, and we're on the same page about the need, you know, certainly to work together generally, but actually my biggest issue are these large projects that we do. Sorry for the noise here. You know, the fact that when we get involved, get in bed together on a major project, we have different stage gate processes that don't line up. And so if we can solve this problem for the country, you know, the principle that when we do a major project together, we have a joint stage gate process that we both agree to, that'll be a big accomplishment. And I think then that would translate into, you know, ever more effective working together on whatever. And yeah, we do pretty well with NSF for all our competitive juices. But anyway, you know, thank you all. Thanks, ASCAC, Dan, Barb, for having me. I'm glad I could call in here from the road. And I just want to say, I have a couple things to say here, but most important thing to say is I'm really grateful to the committee for your, you know, your participation first, your advice, your advocacy for ASCAC. You know, I don't need to tell you, this is an amazing program doing amazing things for the country, and but kind of hard to overstate the importance of Barb, our programs, Barb's leadership, your guidance, if you will, to science in the country. All you have to do, frankly, is look at the role of HPC and our machines in the labs in COVID to understand why it's, not least, right, COVID, but of course we know all the other stuff that's going on. So the exascale program, you know, I joked to people, I thought I knew the Department of Energy before I came to the Department of Energy and realized, God, I didn't really understand the Department of Energy. I thought I knew something about HPC before I came to the Office of Science, and boy, is that not the case. You know, profound what the exascale program's doing for the country, and that's, you know, as you all appreciate, and I think most people don't, it's not just the foot race with bigger machines. You know, it's the what we're doing with the software stack and all the other bits and pieces of this program is just, as I said, profound. Great. You know, I just kind of chimed in at the end of Harriet's talk and heard Tony, but ESNet was mentioned, obviously, and I got to tell you, I guess we're calling it E to I to C, and I appreciate there's some concerns there. When I think about, you know, what we're doing, and I mentioned this at the exascale meeting, you know, this idea of closing the OODA loop and getting this business of huge science, analytics, predictions, change the conditions, go back and do more science in real time, closing the DoD speak, the OODA loop. My God, you know, it's breathtaking. It's just so transformative. And, you know, how do you explain this to people? Hard to do. You all know what the value is here. You know, and I don't care what the acronym is or the name of it is. E to I to C doesn't roll off the tongue. But we'll just call it revolutionary. Oh, gee whiz. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. The other thing I wanted to mention is this vision that was presented to me, and I really want to emphasize that because it wasn't on my radar of data, right? And obviously, Oscar's going to play a role in this vision, but I really want to emphasize this is, you know, this is something that the ADs across the program and a couple of fantastic program managers worked out, this idea that stewardship, management, distribution of data is going to, we're going to put this on the same sort of footing, if you will, as user facilities, right? In terms of a key pillar of what the Office of Science is all about. Yet, you know, again, profound, right? And Oscar's going to play a role in that. I appreciate, I'm not going to talk about the AI for science because Tony did a great job, but, you know, again, how do you, AI is the bright, shiny object across almost all of government right now. And it's just, we're sort of, you know, folks are missing, and it's important, and I don't want to underplay that. It's important for all sorts of reasons, and we're, you know, we're exploring it for operations, we're exploring it for the kinds of things I think that most people think you would use it for. You know, AI for science is kind of under the radar in terms of how important it is. Again, this theme, hard to explain to people how important this is, but again, you know, revolutionary. Barb and the team, and I'm grateful, you know, frankly, based on my background, they're going to tiptoe into brain-inspired computing and other modalities. Is that revolutionary? Is that evolutionary? Doesn't matter. It's cool. It's important. Our point being, we're already thinking about what comes after exascale, already starting to investigate that in terms of grants and projects. And speaking of the brain, I think, sorry, I was going through a bad cell area. I think Tony alluded to this, but we're working really hard. And here's another example of how hard it is on a major project for agencies to work together, but you know, the stage gate idea, but working really hard with NIH on a potential joint project, sort of reminiscent of the Human Genome Project, superpowered, you know, I like to call her superpower science at scale. But exascale will be a big part of that, you know, potentially related to the brain. I don't want to get out in front of my skis here and announce something that we haven't agreed on, but this is something we're exploring, something that NIH wants to do for the country, and they kind of can't do it without us. The computing side and also this idea of science at scale. That's a great story. You know, more to come on that. Again, don't want to spoil it too far in advance, but you know, what else do you want, really? What is it? And you know, the irony is, you know, I talked to Barb over coffee, well, virtual coffee there. I come to Barb all the time and say, hey, what about this? Have you thought about that? And invariably, oh, we did that already, or hey, we're already doing that. You just don't know about it. So there's all the stuff that we don't hear about that Barb and her team are doing. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. I don't know if, frankly, Barb or Harriet talked about the Intel situation and the Argonne supercomputer. And if Barb's on video, she's probably shaking her head one way or the other. I don't know. I can't see her, but there's a bit of the elephant in the room. And I'm not going to make news here. We're not going to talk about where we are in terms of details, but I'm confident we're going to get through this in a way that, you know, that get this problem that you all know about resolved to the benefit of the country and the program. So I really can't talk about any details because we're still sort of, you know, having conversations and figuring out the details. But I'm very comfortable. Hats off to Argonne, hats off to Barb, hats off to Intel. I think we'll get where we need to get on that, and that's probably all I can really say there. So just one final thanks to the committee again for your service, for your dedication, for keeping us honest, if you will. And I don't know if I'm out of time, if we want to take some questions or if anyone has any comments. I'm not exactly sure what the run of show here is.
Thanks, Chris. We've got a few minutes. I also don't want to keep you away from the Indiana cornfields too long, having spent my own share of time there, but are there questions from the committee?
It's beautiful here, it really is.
Are there questions for Chris, just quickly? All right, well, not seeing any, we appreciate you.
Can I ask you a question of Barb? Did I get myself in trouble in public?
I don't think so. You did great. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Barb. Okay, great. Well, listen, you all know where to find me then by email or otherwise. And sorry, enjoyed the AI for Science conversation. Sorry I can't stay longer, but I'm really appreciative, and I hope you all understand, as we've tried to explain to all the FACAs, that ultimately, regardless of the model of how we do it, we are a bottoms-up organization largely when it comes to what we do, and I hope you appreciate the care with which the Office of Science manages this, the idea of soliciting from the community what's important and lining that up. It's a core value. Again, something hard to explain to folks outside our system here, sometimes why that's so important. It's such a privilege to be part of, part of this world where we do have a fundamentally great understanding of what we need to do and kind of get on the same page to do it. And that's in large part to you all and the other advisory committees. So thank you very much, and hope the rest of the meeting goes well.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Appreciate you making the time.
Thank you. All right. Take care.
All right, let's jump back into the discussion. John, I think you had a question queued up in event. Well, I don't know if he exhausted your list, but let's give John a shot and we can come back to you. John?
Okay, now I'm unmuted. So, Tony, it's really a pleasure to hear you report on the comprehensive work your subcommittee has done. A recurring theme was partnering with agencies. Your finding H talked about it, one of your recommendations did, and a lot of discussion touched on it. But I have a very specific question about the recent development. The end of August, the NSF announced this $100 million program to fund 5 institutes. So each institute gets $20 million over 5 years. And the time scale of those programs sounds particularly inviting to find ways to collaborate with them. It came so recently. Did your subcommittee have a chance to discuss that at all? Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, no, we knew they were coming because we had a presentation from Manish from NSF. So yes, and I also talked with Panch, and he suggested the possibility of a joint deal, because they were doing these other centers with other agencies like USDA and all sorts of things, that there was the possibility of DOE and NSF combining in another center. And I think it would be quite timely, but it really depends on Chris and Bob. I think it could be made to work, and I think it would be welcomed by the AI community, at least a subsection who want to work on these sort of scientific and challenging problems for big data rather than theoretical ones or using commercial data only. So I think it's a very relevant one, John, and I did notice that, and we did know that NSF were going to do that, but I think it's a good idea.
I can certainly say, wearing my National Science Board member hat, and been served in that role in the past as well, there is interest in cross-agency collaboration. Other questions or comments about the report? Oh, John, sorry.
Well, thank you. That's just good news about this collaboration.
Yeah. And John, I did pass on your comments about lattice gauge theories and things like that to Mike, who was our particle physics representative. He made some modifications as a result. It wasn't quite as explicit as I might have done, but I felt, it's your community, and he was your representative on that. But we did listen to what you said, and we looked at that.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I saw it in the report. So thank you.
So Dan, it's Vint. It just dawned on me that the presentation that Tony made showing a roadmap for the AI project has a weakness which Tom introduced in the chat. And that is that things are not nearly as well defined as they might have been in the exascale effort, where you have, it's essentially an engineering effort. Here, we're in much less well understood territory. So I think you should anticipate the roadmap will not be neither smooth, nor will it be easily laid out, and will require modification as time goes on.
No, a good point, Vince. I absolutely agree. There was a clear endpoint. You have to deliver some systems which are capable of exascale. So here, I think that the research program at the beginning, part of its role is to figure out what sort of services the scientists will need. And then the R&D part will find out that some of those were wrong and we need to go back to the drawing board. So I think there will be an iterative loop that is much more. But I think we do need at some point to define what services are generic and which ones are specific to instruments or facilities. And I think that will happen, but it's not as automatic as the case of exascale. No, I absolutely agree. But I think that's okay.
Thank you. I'm glad to have that reinforcement. One other point. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Could I just comment on your previous one?
This is Tom.
Oh, Tom, yes.
Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead. Finish.
Okay. I just was calling about his worry about the I2E. What I see in the UK and things is that I see facilities directors, they get lots of money and they like spending their money on upgrading their machine, their beam lines, and they assume that computing and software comes for free. And so I think this is actually a way that an innovative way for ASCAC to go and see if we can fund some joint projects which take some input, some going from their comfort zone to new areas. And I think it's a really exciting project. It may fail, but I think it's worth a try. Sorry, okay.
Yeah, the only
Tom.
point I was going to amplify was what Vince said, was there's going to be a communications gap here, because you're going to be dealing with individuals who don't have the background in computing and AI that the individuals involved in ECP had. So it's going to be much more of a challenge. And I think the approach actually that the ECP took, which was to have an initiative at the beginning to try to better understand how to construct the larger project, is actually going to be even more important here. So there should be some projects that are funded purely with the goal of understanding what the challenges are in putting together an AI project that's similar to the ECP.
Interesting thought, Tom. Yes. I mean, what I did notice from some of the other advisory committee members, they were very keen on having a sort of SIDAC-like collaboration, which was very close, and that they could keep in touch with what ASCAC capabilities are. And I think we need to do that in spades in this. And so, yeah, I think we will see an evolution, I suspect, and there will be a communication challenge. But they certainly want help, and I think that we need to try and give it to them. But it depends how big the gap is. I agree.
Yeah, I think part of the challenge, and I was just noting this in the chat, in ECP, we were a substantial fraction of the world's leading authorities on high-end computing. In exascale, or in AI, we have some of them, but we're going to need a bigger tent because it's not just us.
This is Barbara. I'd like to jump in for a second on that. I loved the report. I think it was very worthy of the topic, and I was very glad to see that you took the broader scope and illuminated many aspects. I do think, and I realize I'm sort of repeating some things here, that collaboration and looking for not necessarily deep collaborations, but overlaps is going to be very important, partly because of what Dan just said. The Department of Defense, for example, does have a very strong AI research program with little, to my knowledge, little or no HPC, so they're more interested in distributed systems, and but there are still definite overlaps, and I think they're going to start needing some of our insights at some point. So I think it could be really mutually beneficial to explore those kinds of overlaps as well while we're trying to put this together.
Other questions or comments for Tony, either from the committee or from anyone else?
I have just one comment. I was on the reports, I wanted to give the reference to the reports. It's in the appendix, so probably none of you have looked at it. But the link on the web to OSTI is an extremely cumbersome one, and I need to update that to DOIs where it's available. So that change I propose to make because it's a good one, but it's a technical one.
So are there further questions for Tony or about the report? If there aren't, then I'd like to ask for if there are any reservations about approving the report, recognizing there were a few nits that Tony mentioned that always need to be cleaned up before final is done.
Mr. Chairman, Vince Cerf, I move that we approve the report.
Is there a supporting second?
Yep, I agree.
Okay. That woke people up. Good. All right. All right. Those of you on the committee, if you'll just unmute for a moment, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Tony and all of you who worked on this, thank you. Having watched some of the machinations behind the scenes, I know it was a lot of work, and as you saw from the list of meetings and the conversations with people, a lot of diligence was done. And I think as a, it was really a cross-office of science engagement activity to get input from the other advisory committees across the office. That's really important to present a broad-based view. So really appreciate that. And so thanks.
Great, thank you very much. The one thing I do need, apart from these nitpicking things, which I will fix, is if anybody's got a good idea for a cover picture for the report, I would be happy to receive ideas.
All right, we're running, no surprise, a little bit behind. We always do. I'm wondering, knowing that the 10-minute break is as hypothetical as unicorns. Let's see. What do you think about us resuming at Barb 110 or 115? What's your pleasure?
That's 1:15 is fine.
All right, we'll be back. We're back in a little bit. Wherever you are, either grab coffee, seek a bio break, or go have lunch. Whatever makes sense for you. So thanks, everyone. We'll be back.
Dan.
Bye. Thanks.
Jump in whenever.
All right. And I want to thank Harriet and Chris for going before me, and Tony. As I said, I don't often get to follow a report. And I'm going to try and address some of the things you brought up as I go through here. I hadn't planned to, but I was taking copious amounts of notes. And I do want to thank ASCAC for one of the things that Chris says, because it's true. He comes to me with ideas, and I can often say, well, we tried this, and I owe a lot of that to ASCAC and the advice that you give me. So I want to thank you all for all that you've done for Oscar and me over the past number of years. So with that, I will start through. I want to just give you, yes, it is a view from Germantown. I'm sitting in my home in Germantown, and just give you an idea of what Oscar's done since we last met, and maybe, some things that have happened, and maybe a glimpse of the future. I'm sitting here today where we're ending the FY 2020, beginning to look at FY 21, and Monday I actually did my OMB briefing for FY 22, so it's hard to keep all of these things in my mind. So I want to talk about the FY 21 budget actions. I want to talk about some exciting and sad personnel changes, give you a brief glimpse of Oscar in review, and then end with some additional recognitions. This is the house mark that Harriet mentioned in her talk, and I've highlighted some of the key provisions in this. We have in this $150 million for the Argonne Leadership Computing Facility, not less than $225 million for the Oak Ridge Computing Leadership Computing Facility, not less than $110 for NERSC. And within available funds, the recommendation includes $90 million to support the necessary infrastructure upgrades for ESNet. We also, within available funds, have not less than $250 million for the research program, including $10 million, not less than $10 million for computational graduate fellowship. And again, within available funds, the recommendation includes up to $40 million for the development of AI-optimized emerging memory technology. I also, before I go and explain what that means, want to point out this last paragraph, in case you've seen it in our language. It talks about that there's a partnership between the Department of Defense, National Institutes of Health, universities, private entities have formed partnerships to undertake two of the largest national research investigation of traumatic brain injury conducted in the United States. This is not to be confused with the brain project that Chris was talking about, but what the committee wants to remind the labs of and the other agencies is we do have a mechanism to provide funds directly to the labs, and it's called the Strategic Partnership Project. But if I take the information that the House sent out and compare it to what our request was, and on this table, you'll see that I also have the FY 2020 enacted to compare it to. And you can see that a large part of the budget increase from 20 to 21 was in the research program. So we're building that back. But if you look at the House mark actually provided $1 billion and some change for Oscar, which was an increase of $27 million over the request. ALCF got what it requested. There was a $5 million increase for OLCF. NERSC got a $25 million increase, and ESNet within available funds has a $10 million increase. And they also at the same time want to make sure that we honor our request for increased funding for research, and so we can spend no less than the $250 million, and that in the request we had $264 million. They're also, and what they tend to do, they put a lot of language in the summary for the Office of Science, so this isn't specifically the Oscar, but the recommendation also includes up to $125 million for artificial intelligence and machine learning across the Office of Science, and it directs the department to apply those tools to the department's mission. Bioscience, this is before we had the National Virtual Biological Lab, we had $1 million in the Oscar budget to actually fund a collaboration with NIH, and they've included that the recommendation includes not less than $1 million for that partnership with NIH within the department's data and computational mission. And I think that's consistent with what Chris was talking about. They fully funded the Exascale Computing Initiative. The $474 million includes the Exascale Computing Project, the ALCF part of the OLCF budget, and funding from BES and BER, two other program offices in the Office of Science for work that they're doing also in Exascale area. And we also received the recommendation from the House also provided $235 million for quantum information science, including not less than $120 million for research, our basic research programs, and not less than $100 million for the 5 national quantum information research centers. In Oscar's case, our portion of the basic research includes our test beds, quantum applications, and within the funding that we'll get in from the House bill, there's money there for the quantum internet as well, and quantum networking research both. So with that, I will turn away from the budget and talk about some of our staffing. Facilities, the division director, the candidates package is at the Office of Personnel Management for final review. That's the final step before I can announce that, so I'm very excited. The research division director, I've just signed the final paperwork, and it has one more approval in DOE before we can start the external search for that. And I'm waiting to finish that one before we start the division director for the Advanced Computing Technology Group. Backfills, the next slide I'll talk about our Lucy. We were finally, after 3 tries, filled Lucy Knowles' job. Betsy Riley, who was in the facilities division, her backfill's in progress. I have funding or approval to get a program manager in the ACT program, and Carolyn Lazan, that I'll talk about in a minute, also left, and I'm waiting for human capital to get back to me so we can start working on that. At the same time, I want to welcome 2 new AAAS fellows who are on board, and I'll have a slide about that in a couple minutes. I mentioned that we have a new CS hire, and when I looked earlier, he was online, Hal Finkel. Many of you know him. He's at Argonne. You know him either from contributing from the LLVM compiler infrastructure project. He's part of the exascale computing project, working as a technical lead and on several of the projects. He's represented Argonne on the C++ standards committee and has done a host of other things that you can see on this slide. And I'm really excited to have him on board to take over the software stack, which includes rebuilding our program and research and operating systems, programming languages, environments, and tools. And certainly as we go forward and look at the instrument to the edge, and I go instrument to the edge to compute, so I go I to E to C, Hal will be a critical component in that, and we're glad to have him on board. I want to thank Robinson Pino, who's been doing that for us for the last couple years. And one other thing about Hal, for all you people who are counting, he is a former CSGF fellow. So welcome aboard, Hal. We also have 2 new AAAS fellows, Sash Wada, Mrujumder, or Sash, as he's going to be known within the office, is a computational science with expertise in solid Earth and planetary geophysics. Most recently, he was a reader at the University of London Royal Holloway. He holds a PhD in geophysics and from the University of Minnesota. Jordan Thomas is our second AAAS fellow. She's a data scientist with expertise in physical climate dynamics and modeling. Most recently, she served as a data analysis for the Innovative Decisions Incorporated. She holds a PhD in chemical and physical oceanography from Johns Hopkins University. So we welcome them both, and they will be instrumental in helping both in the research and the facilities division as we go through forward this year. At the same time, I have to say goodbye to our AAAS fellows from last year. Dr. James Ritchie left in May to actually move to New York and get married and go to work for Smith Futures. He helped me out on the COVID consortium before he left, and so he was much appreciated. And Dr. Michael Mester is leaving in October to take a job with Johnson & Johnson. He was in the Oscar office, but spent most of his time working with the folks in the biosecurity and bioeconomic group. Carolyn Lazan, who many of you know, she was the driving force behind Tiny Titan, ran ALCC for many years, and was actually on a detail to the AEDO office when she left DOE for NSA in July. She had already informed us that she was leaving, but but the other good news about Carolyn, not that she left, but she had a baby in May, so we congratulate her on that as well. And it's with great sadness that I have to say that Laura Biven is leaving DOE for NIH in November. Chris alluded to the fact that the program managers had put together this plan to make data the 4th pillar within research. And Laura leading the science, Office of Science, Big Data Working Group, actually was instrumental in making that happen. she was instrumental, I think, in laying the foundations of what's going to go forward and what Tony suggested, really making data an integral part of what OSCAR does. And for that, I thank her, and she will be missed. And true Laura fashion, she's gonna make sure everything is taken care of before she leaves. So her in situ data management portfolio, Rich Carlson will take over for, as well as the visualization. Robinson is going to take over her SSI portfolio. Bill Spots will, from the math program, will take over for data models for AI and machine learning. And the AI co-design, Stephen Lee will take over. And many of you, as you already know, unfortunately, we lost Lucy Knoll this year in July, on June 14th. She passed away, and the visualization community, as it says here, lost one of the best. She was a computer scientist and a program manager in the Department of Energy when she retired. She was integral in laying the groundwork for the software technologies and the ECP project. And she was a skilled mentor and friend. In addition to the memorial page that was set up for her when she passed away, there will be a memorial session for Lucy at the virtual IEEE Visualization Conference later this year, October 25th and 30th. And we want to thank Jim Ahrens from Los Alamos National Laboratory and Wes Bethel from Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory for organizing a tribute to Lucy. And if we have time, either on a break or either before or after one of our sessions, we will play the current draft of that tribute to Lucy later on. So I just want to take this take this minute to remember everything that Lucy has done for the OSCAR program. And with that, let me start and talk about, just give you a little overview of what we did in FY20 as we look ahead to FY21. One of the other things that's important to our program and to the Office of Science every year is the selection and naming of new early career research program awardees. This year we have 7. Bogdan Nikolai from Argonne is in data science and working on scaling versioning for scientific data. Faye Phillips is data sketching for scientific visualization, and it's not surprising, she's from the University of Utah. Nathan Trask comes to us from Sandia National Laboratories, where he's working on neural networks for data-driven multi-scale modeling in our working with our math program. Willem van Ries from MIT is actually developing a framework for tightly coupled multi-physics simulation. Chin Wang from the University of Massachusetts is working in quantum, focused on enhancing the performance of bosonic qubits. Stefan Wild, who many of you probably know already from Argonne National Lab, is looking at zero-order optimization to improve efficiency. And finally, Kevin Young is at Sandia National Lab, is looking at quantum performance enhancement. And we welcome them to the OSCAR research community and look forward to hearing more from them at future ASCAC meetings and future work. In April, I talked about several FOAs or funding opportunities that we had announced or we had open. And this slide is just basically a summary of those, the actions and what we've done. The first is the SIDAC Institute. This is our beginning of the SIDAC 5, or the 5th instantiation of SIDAC. And it provides the connection with applied math and computer science back to the applications when they're selected. In 2021, we'll begin by selecting new BES applications, and in 2022, we'll do the rest of the program offices. We actually funded 2 teams in FY 2022, and the funding, total funding for FY 22 was $11.5 million. Laura ran solicitation for fair data and models for AI and machine learning, and she was looking for proposals that would advance the state-of-the-art in AI and machine learning for science through a broad engagement around fair data and models. She was specifically looking for benchmarking data and some theoretical ideas about AI and data, so that one could pick the appropriate data, the appropriate model for the data. She was able to fund 5 awards at approximately a total funding of $8.5 million. The scientific machine learning for modeling and simulation and the artificial intelligence for decision support for complex systems were both applied math FOAs that grew out of the scientific machine learning basic research need workshop that Stephen conducted in January of 2018. The first, the scientific machine learning for modeling and simulation, was what we call an express call for high risk or high reward projects. So there's not a lot of funding, but we like to fund a number of awards. Stephen was able to fund 5 awards with a total funding of $3 million in FY 2020. Bill Spots ran the artificial intelligence and decision support for complex systems. And that funded large partnerships. He was able to fund 6 teams in FY 2020, and the funding was approximately $7 million. One of the new FOAs that I didn't mention in April was on neuromorphic computing for accelerating scientific discovery. And this is focused on, again, high risk, high reward basic research to explore how neuromorphic computing could address emerging scientific computational challenges in energy efficient computing. And we were able to do 5 awards totaling $2 million in FY 2020. The interesting thing about this, and to follow on with some of the recommendations from Tony's committee, is we actually now have signed an MOU with NSF to become part of the collaborative research in computational neuroscience programs that they do jointly with NIH and several international funding agencies. And in this case, the funding opportunity announcement is already out on the NSF website for the 2021 awards. I just want to turn briefly to another set of awards that we did. And this is our base program awards. They don't often get a lot of attention like our FOAs that we post. Certainly we did, we do have FOAs for the lab math program, but we often use our open call to do some of the other base funding. Each year, the math program recompetes a third of its base program. And this year we actually awarded 9 awards in the base program, 2 new and 7 renewal, and the total funding for FY 2020 was $6.2 million. Robinson has a small program in machine learning through the computer science program, and this is basically to enable basic research challenges to enable extreme scale machine learning and understanding, and focusing specifically on high performance computing challenge. He renewed 4 proposals for a total of $3 million. The final award here was Laura's recompeting her data management analysis and visualization and SSIO portfolio. And she was able to make 8 awards, 4 of them new and 4 renewal, for a total of $4.5 million. So if you totaled up the 2 pages, that's about $45 million in funding and the 2 slides. One of the other funding opportunity announcements that Harriet mentioned was the Quantum Research Center that we just announced, the selection of 5. And Jaron Sussett's presentation this afternoon will go into a greater depth. I don't want to steal the thunder from her, but this is another area where we partnered with NSF. We signed an MOU with them. We were observers of the reviews for their institutes. They were observers for our centers. So we want to coordinate more closely as we go forward between the institutes and the centers. But like I said, Jaron will give you an in-depth briefing on how we selected those centers and centers this afternoon. Now I would like to just focus on 4 accomplishments, kind of representative of what we've done this year. The first one is an accomplishment from current Oscar Early Career awardee, Danny Yushima from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. She's developed a novel image analysis techniques to segment multi-phase materials using images from experiments. And recently, in response to COVID, she repurposed her image analysis capabilities to help detect the signs of COVID in lung CT scans, leveraging NIH public data sets and of course, Oscar's own high-performance computational resources. And in this project, she aims to screen large image collections of lung scans using computational methods based on machine learning and deep learning to discover image signatures that will aid healthcare providers and radiologists to screen for COVID-19 and potentially stage patients. And this is just an excellent example of what it means to have a talented workforce and an agile research infrastructure to meet national needs. Much like we've seen, you'll see even more of this when we talk about the facility accomplishments. So now I want to focus on a partnership that actually builds off of algorithms and tools that have been supported by Oscar and how this is being applied to DOE's applied programs. And these are 3D simulations that flash the energy costs of painting cars. PPG and Berkeley have capitalized on AI-supported mathematics algorithms to model steps in automotive painting. Just completed project models. The rotary bell paint delivery system with a newly started project focused on the dynamics and properties of paint as it coats the body. The multi-year collaboration between the Berkeley Math Group and the PPG Industries is developing ways to increase process efficiency, quality, robustness, and to reduce waste. Insights are expected to yield new ways to reduce temperature that it takes to set paint, accelerate the onset of multi-layer coating systems, and further reduce energy costs by 30%. And a part of this project was also funded by a high-performance computing for manufacturing grant that applied programs within the Department of Energy Fund. The third project is an example of the SIDAC project. It's an example of a collaboration with our Fast Math SIDAC 4 Institute and a Fusion SIDAC Center. And this is primarily using AI to so that they can expand the research, or expand the algorithms that they're using so that they can look at more species. So the Foley nonlinear Fokker Planck Landau collision operator in XGC is solved via Picard iterations that are computationally expensive, especially as the number of plasma species increases. Approximating the collision operator with neural net model can accelerate the solution times and help scale the XGC to problems with more plasma species. But as to be really useful, the predictions from the neural net model must conserve physical properties such as ion mass, electron mass, momentum, and energy. And using a nonlinear constraint training model like the conventional SDOE gradient descent method cannot actually be used as a training method. Therefore, they used an augmented Lagrangian method for the conversion constraints. And as a result of using the augmented Lagrangian method, it trains the machine learning model roughly 5 times faster than the fixed penalty method, requiring fewer passes over the training data to observe better conservation properties. And as we go forward into SIDAC 5, I think people mentioned that in the previous discussion, I expect there will be more machine learning projects, application projects, and certainly the institutes that won't have AI and machine learning as key core capabilities in the institute. The last accomplishment I want to talk about is one from our Quantum Testbed Pathfinder program. And the purpose of the Pathfinder program is to find ways that we can actually measure and benchmarks so that we can actually measure quantum computers and quantum systems. And so this project actually looked at the performance of today's quantum computers is often cast in terms of single or 2-bit qubit error rates, or how well a collection of random logical operators run on the machine. This project, led by Sandia, demonstrated that the performance on structured circuits is consistently and significantly worse than one would infer from either metric, demonstrating the need for continued research in both characterization protocols and hardware improvements. One of the teams that we funded in our application, a partnership project, ARC, assisted the Pathfinder team by identifying structured circuits relevant to the useful algorithm. So this is just some of the work that our Pathfinder program is doing. The other thing to note is that the test beds, the test beds that we have at Sandia at Berkeley are up and ready for users in 2020. The plan was always to have them stand up in 2019, and they were able to do it even with COVID, and they're already 3 times oversubscribed. And I should say there's more information about the projects that we selected through the funding opportunities and other information in the backup. I think there's several slides in the backup for your information. And I just want to take a minute now and talk a little bit before turning to the facility highlights, because certainly many of the facilities highlights grew out of the COVID work that we did this year. Harriet talked about the CARES Act funding and the $100 million that we received for that. Well, of that funding, OSCAR received about $36 million to acquire additional computing facilities at Argonne, Nurse, Oak Ridge, Lowell, and Livermore to augment current capabilities in the fight against COVID-19 and in support of the NBBL computational efforts. And to date, the majority of the resources are actually been delivered, installed, accepted, and are in use. There's only a few clusters or additional storage hardwares or cables that we need. The interesting thing is the opportunity that this let us is it let us go out and buy large memory components so that we can really help with this work. We also received about another $4 million, to support a Tiger Team effort, which was led by Kathy Gellick at Berkeley and Fred Streitz from the AEDO office to connect DOE's HPC resources with other agency efforts such as FEMA and HHS. And what we actually did here is put Fred in FEMA so he was there as a resource, and if they needed high performance computing, he was there to offer our resources and actually encourage them to use our resources. And and in this case, Fred was taken away from Tony's subcommittee so he can help you out with this. And so we thank Tony for sharing him. I talked about the COVID consortium in April. We just stood it up as of Wednesday. The consortium received 171 proposals, approved 90, declined 60s, and 2 projects have completed. If you go to the website, we've had blogs on the projects, we've had webinars, we've connected to the UK, thanks to Tony providing an introduction. Trace is a collaborator with the consortium. I think Sweden and Switzerland are full members, as is now Japan. We're currently talking about what phase 2 of the consortium is going to look like, and you can expect some new, going forward, how we're going to transition, some announcements on that in the coming weeks. And I also last time led off with some of the work that ESNet, or some of the information, the data that they'd analyzed and what they'd seen. Well, similar to what they saw last time, the traffic related to remote access work resources had tripled since COVID. But interestingly, science traffic to and from the national labs was decreased about 30% during COVID. And our conjecture, which is that the decline relates to in-person operation that impacts user facilities and laboratories. And certainly this goes along with what Dan said in his opening remarks. And as we go forward and we look at the instrument to edge, IDE, or even to C all the way to compute and new ways of doing things in the department, we have to be mindful that as we go to remote operations, that we're also losing the ability to train the next generation of users on our light sources and other large experiments. Certainly in the case of Oscar's resources in face-to-face hackathons and other outreach is critical for us as well. So this is something that our scientific user committee working group within the Office of Science is beginning to look at. But I don't have an accomplishment from ESNet, but I do have a presentation tomorrow. So I encourage you to stick around for Ben Brown's and Ender Manga's talk tomorrow noon. With that, I will just start on the 3 facilities highlights. The highlights on the left side of the nurse screen are all come out of the COVID work that they've been doing. They've been studying the SARS-CoV-2 binding, which was actually a COVID-19 HPC consortium project. The second is using AI to scan the increased volume of COVID research and help people see what the latest news is to apply those techniques. They also, as part of the Tiger team, were helping HHS with some of the calculations. And one of the interesting things at the bottom of this name is that they were helping them understand the impact of social distancing and other interventions. And one of the things they were looking at was actually school starting in bars. But even though the resources helped with COVID, we still were providing cycles to the Office of Science to do simulations to advance carbon capture technology. And we did the first 3D simulation of superluminous supernova, which is about 100 times more luminous than the typical supernova. And this was achieved using the Castro code that was developed in partnership at Berkeley. And they also studied catalyst, and scientists at Ames Lab and the University of Oklahoma used Corey to understand the properties of newly discovered metal-free carbon-based catalyst that has the potential to be much less expensive and more efficient for many industrial concerns. Turning to argon, the top left and the bottom right are 2 COVID-related accomplishments. The researchers used City COVID, and City COVID is a code that was developed at Argonne to model the city of Chicago, and they used that to simulate a variety of interventions and future scenarios and calibrate unobserved issues. The model results are being used by City of Chicago and Cook County Public Health Departments in Illinois COVID Modeling Task Force. And there's interest in, there's been several interested in the Tiger Team and other task force using this model as well. Again, they were also doing drug discovery for SARS-CoV-2 proteome. And using the techniques, they screened over 6 million small molecules. Researchers identified at least 20 partially active molecules that could potentially inhibit the viral function in wet lab experiments, and those 20 candidates are being validated in labs now. This again was another HPC consortium project, but it was also Argonne researchers. Again, other things that other accomplishments from Argonne, they're studying ways to improve cancer treatment. They are testing DOE's new coupled model E3SM Earth System code, which is an exascale code. They're developing a design for new solar cells, and in the final months of MIRA's operation, they ran the largest cosmological simulation using observations from satellites and telescopes. MIRA was a workhorse to the end. Oak Ridge, here the top two on left and right accomplishments are from COVID. Both of them used a large, screened a large either chemical compounds. Looking at the first, they screened over 1.5 billion chemical compounds in 24 hours on Summit, the largest drug screening study ever undertaken at a supercomputer center. And they were, again, studying the docking compounds that dock to the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. Another project developed a machine learning classifier, and this was an HPC. Both of these are HPC consortium projects as well. Machine learning classifier to predict whether certain drug combinations might be effective against the virus. And they've actually predicted over 700,000 combinations of existing drugs. OLCF resources were also used to discover the hydrogen atoms in metal hydride materials are more tightly spaced than predicted, which could facilitate superconductivity. They tested a new version of the Mendel code, which was partially funded by the machine learning base program that I mentioned earlier. And they tested it on the identification of biopsy images to identify tumor. And the new version is 16 times faster with the same accuracy as the previous version. Researchers at Oak Ridge also performed a 10,000 atom simulation of a 2D slice of a transistor to understand where heat is produced in a single transistor, which is important for our supercomputers going forward and the design of new processors. And finally, the last accomplishment here is they used AI to find patterns of neutron scattering data that could lead to the understanding of physics and quantum materials. So those are just a few highlights from the ASCAC research program and the facilities. And I would be remiss if I did not have at least one ECP slide in my deck. And this is a slide that actually I'm sharing with you the milestone table as of March 2020, which actually consolidates all of the information from the facility upgrade projects with the exascale computing project in one slide, so we can see how the projects fit together. And we can see at a glance what's going to happen when. And the note here is that Mike Rose is going to talk more about ECP in the afternoon, or tomorrow morning, I guess. I would like to highlight from this chart, if you can see at the end, there's a projected, I don't know if my cursor will show up, The project completion early date is Q4 of FY23 for ECP, but we have a CD4 approval project completion of Q4 of FY24. And so I'd like to highlight that it's not unexpected, and we have the same for the facility upgrades as well, that when we're entering into contracts for the most advanced supercomputers in the world, 4 to 5 years before they're deployed, that there will be some schedule delays. For that reason, we build both cost and schedule contingencies into our project budget. This is something that I learned over my last 10 years at DOE. Yes, we have indications that the Aurora system will be delayed, but Argonne, as Chris mentioned, is currently working with Intel to mitigate the consequences not only to Argonne, but to the exascale computing project and to the nation's high-performance computing users. But if you'll notice from this chart that it's important to note that the Oak Ridge exascale machine is still on track to be delivered in calendar year 2021. So we're still on track on all, or we're still on track for the ECP project to complete on time. Chris talked about, again, mentioned that many times when he comes and asks, have we thought about something? We can say, yes, we have, and it's primarily because we continue to do workshops and roundtables as we go forward. And so I would like to just focus on the community of interest. I think we talked about that last time. It's an outgrowth of our AI for Science town hall. It's we had hoped to have it in person because we wanted it to be very dynamic in March, but other things intervened. So we are now going to have a virtual workshop over 3 days in November. The co-chairs are Ian Foster and Amber Berlin, and they've been working very closely with Rich Carlson to develop a unique, curated unconference format that will be used to foster in-depth discussion on 5 topics. A Tomorrowland vision, what technical advances might cause a dramatic shift in how science is done. Certainly one example of that right now is AI. How is that going to affect science in the future, especially with self-driving laboratories? But there's other advances such as tabletop accelerators. Interfaces of the computer or future. How our scientists and agents will interact and communicate. Commuting facilities of the future, how scientists, agents will generate, process, move, find, reproduce, repurpose, and store data on the global computational fabric. Future missions, what are new tasks that may be pursued by national labs, and future methodologies. What are the broader implications of these and other developments of how, where, and what science is done at the national lab? I think this is a natural follow-on to Tony's AI and his group's AI for Science town hall or report. There's many things in there that we can tease out. And at the same time, I think it's important for us to lay the groundwork for what we want to do in the future. The workshop organizers are identifying the major topics, and the attendees will determine how to manage those discussions, which is why we have 3 days. And so the unconference structure replaces the formal workshop structure with an ad hoc structure that maximizes attendee interaction. So I'm anxious to see how that's actually going to work in the future. The next one that I want to mention is one that actually Laura is organizing under the NIDR-D umbrella. It's federally supported data repositories play a strategic important role in increasing access to results of research and advancing agency missions. The data science ecosystem is changing rapidly with cloud infrastructure, AI and machine learning, and increased expectation regarding availability, interoperability, and integrity, etc. And this workshop will bring together data repository operators and data science experts together to explore future opportunities and challenges. And I think that's one of Laura's strengths, is to bring different groups together to talk about topics, especially data topics of interest. When we had She had her data science roundtable, if you'll remember from her presentation. She also brought people in from libraries and other people who could help her catalog the data. Data reduction workshop, I think this goes along with Vince's question. And certainly data reduction is important. Data is produced by experiments, observations, and simulation, and that can overwhelm our capacities to store, preserve, and analyze data. The data reduction can take many forms, from triggering an experimental detector, filtering, sampling, feature detection, compression, and reduced order modeling. Currently, these techniques are being developed by a distinct community with a relatively little overlap or coordination. So the purpose of this workshop is to bring together those disparate communities of practice and develop the priority research direction to help in data reduction techniques. And the priority research directions will lead to greater trust in, and I think this is trust that the data, that you aren't going to miss that key piece of data that's going to lead you into a new scientific discovery, and adoption of the data reduction techniques. This is a joint workshop actually between the applied math group and the computer science group within OSCAR. It's being, the executive committee here is Habib Najim from Sandia, Scott Klasky from Oak Ridge, and Janet Thayer from SLAC, who is representing facilities. And one of the other things I just want to take a moment here to talk about, I think we do have strong partnerships now across the Office of Science. And this data reduction workshop is an area where we're actually now partnering, not with the theoretical parts of the Office of Science, but more the experimental parts of the Office of Science. And a lot of the groundwork that's making this happen and making people actually talk to OSCAR in this arena has been done by Ben Brown and Stephen Lee, and actually bringing OSCAR's ideas together with particularly the BES research facilities. And so I thank them for that. And that will lead us into what Tony called the instrument to the edge, to the compute, because this will be a co-design project between OSCAR and the experimental facilities. And this is another place, building off of what we've done in quantum, that the whole of Office of Science is working on. Another part of this is actually randomized scientific computing. It's algorithms and for AI and data science at scale, and it's exploring the use of randomization or probability properties as a foundation key strategy for high performance computing. It gives a focus to edge computing, and it's complementary to the data reduction workshop, but it's also timely to understand the key roles that our applied math program can play in the development of randomized and probabilistic algorithms and models. As noted, randomized algorithms are currently transforming scientific computing. Certainly this stochastic gradient descent is a workhorse of machine learning algorithms for neural nets. Compressed sensing is used widely for data reduction, and randomized numerical linear algebra methods are faster and more robust than their conventional deterministic counterparts for massive or streaming data analysis. And so we hope to have a basic research needs workshop in this, and the virtual, in the winter, it'll probably be a virtual meeting, and then the July-February timeframe. And Stephen Lee is organizing that for the OSCAR. The chair is Tammy Calda, and Adrian Bullock from Berkeley and Stephen Wild from Argonne are her co-chairs. And speaking of Tammy and segueing into recognition, we want to recognize Tammy Calda's election to as an ACM Fellow and a member of the National Academy. The citation for her ACM Fellow recognition was for her innovations in algorithms for tensor Decompositions and Contributions to Data Science and Community Leadership. The National Academy cited her for her contributions to the design of scientific software, including tensor decompositions and linear algebra. Congratulations, Tammy, and thank you for everything that you've done for the OSCAR community over the years. The second person I would like to recognize is Jackie Chen. On July 20th, Jackie was recognized as one of the 3 2020 DOE SC Distinguished Scientist Fellows. The Office of Science recognized Jackie for her career in pushing the limits of supercomputers and applied mathematics research to make engines more efficient while minimizing harmful emissions. Jackie is a senior scientist in the Chemistry, Combustion, and Materials Division of Sandia National Labs. Is a pioneer in the field of advanced computational methods to understand combustions and chemical reactions relevant to engines. And her citation recognized her for advancing frontiers in the fields of combustion and high-performance computing through petascale direct numerical simulations, and as important in the case of Distinguished Science Fellows, for mentoring and inspiring generations of researchers. Jackie's going to talk about the funding that the Distinguished Science Fellowship will let her to research, will let her her research project, and tomorrow afternoon at 1:30. And again, we'd like to congratulate you, Jackie. I would like to also recognize the NERSC Efficiency Optimization Team for their Sustainability Award. I can tell you within the office or in the department, it's not often that the high performance computing resources are looked on as somebody that would get a DOE Sustainability Awards. We're usually looked upon those people as using more electricity and more water all the time. So congratulations to NERSC for turning the corner for us. So this work recognizes their work in the essential in ensuring DOE's continued success as a leader in sustainability. Their savings to date, a total of 560,000 gallons of water per year and 1.8 million kilowatt hours per year, which is the equivalent to a reduction of 37% of the non-compute energy in the center. Again, congratulations to Jeff Broughton and the team. Here, I just want to highlight some of the OSCAR agenda details. Certainly, I don't have to highlight Tony because he talked before me. But right after me, Roscoe's going to talk about the final report from the Exascale Transition Committee. Bruce will talk tomorrow about the 40th anniversary of OSCAR accomplishments and the final work. I've already mentioned Jackie's Distinguished Scientist talk. Tomorrow morning, the first lead-off talk will be Mark Taylor from Sandia about incorporating GPUs into the Earth system science model. I mentioned that in the Argonne accomplishments. Ben and Ender, I already mentioned that they will talk about ESNet and ESNet 6. Mike Thoreau is going to do the update on Exascale. Valerie Taylor is going to give us a workforce talk. I actually was participated in a future advanced computing ecosystem workshop that was put on by OSTP earlier in the month, and Valerie gave an excellent workforce talk there. And I wanted to bring her back so she could share that talk with us. Jaron is going to talk about the quantum research centers, and no, I did not forget Buddy Bland. Buddy is going to end the meeting tomorrow with a few thoughts of his thoughts on HPC. And with that, I'm into backup and I can stop sharing my screen, and I did it. Okay,
Well, that's quite a whirlwind, Barb. So questions for Barb. Oh, come now, folks. There must be some question in all of that Barb talked about.
Oh, good. Okay. All right.
All right.
You know, if I have a few minutes, I'll just say that I forgot to say, in the 2021 budget, we do have funding to start what Tony is helping us by calling it I-to-E. And Oscar has funding for that. And we'll probably start by developing some kind of surrogate of what this is going to look like. But we do have funding for small projects, and across the Office of Science, you know, we try to do co-design, and I think we have a project that if we get the funding, it would be a new start, would be co-design with the other offices. And I do want to remind you that the town hall meetings for Exascale were in 2007. We didn't get an Exascale computing initiative until 2016. So we spent many years doing the research that Tony and his group suggested to do before we got the initiative. So I fully understand how hard a work it is. Okay, with that, I'm done.
Now, Barb, can I just ask the question, what do we know about FY22 and FY23 budgets? Have you put something in for those?
We certainly, and that's all I can say. Certainly.
Yeah.
All right.
Once it goes to OB, it's embargoed.
Yes, Ben.
This is a related budget question, and it has to do with the continuing resolution situation which only arises. It seemed to me there were a number of new initiatives that are in the program. Will those have to be essentially postponed if we don't get a resolution passed before the end of this month?
The new initiatives in FY21 are postponed until we get a budget. I think, you know, I think we'll have a continuing resolution, and a lot of things that we might have started last year with data and certainly the AI with priority research. There's some things that we can go ahead and do because we've already started them. Oh. And so it's just that we have to be careful that Congress agrees that yes, we've really started them. Certainly in the case of quantum networking, we're already doing things in that, so we can continue our quantum.
You know,
we can't do the quantum internet, but we can do the quantum networking research on components.
Well, I have a lot of things to say about quantum internet in any case, so I'll postpone that. Just, you know, as the former program manager at DARPA today, I used to write into my statements of work what I call the 18th Airborne Clause. And this was a forward-looking anticipation of discovery that we didn't anticipate during the time that the project was initially started. And sort of giving permission to explore things that had not been exactly precisely proposed. Is there any possibility that you could formulate the programs at DOE in such a way that you have this sort of forward-looking potential to move into a space that wasn't necessarily specifically proposed, but which is sort of discoverable within the framework of the research that's going on? That might give you some opportunity to start, even if it weren't a new project, or making it not a new project because it was incorporated in.
We would have to be very careful how we do that, because a lot of times, even if we're going to go out with a funding opportunity announcement, Congress wants to see it to make sure that we haven't veered into something that isn't our mission. And as soon as we do that, we get language like I showed on my slide about the house marks, where you get this nice little paragraph that says, "Thou shalt not ever do this again." And we don't like that language. We'd like to be able to do the other opportunities.
I didn't do anything, and I won't do it again.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Dan.
Are there any other questions for Barb?
I have a quick question. This is Tiffany Trader, HPC Wire. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So thank you for that excellent overview. It was really interesting, highlighting all those the science cases in particular for me. So I was just wondering, you said that the Aurora is still on track for calendar year 2021. Do you expect it to hit the Exascale?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's delayed. I didn't say it was on track for 2021. I said Frontier is on track for 2021.
I misheard. So, okay, thanks for that
Okay.
clarification.
Okay.
All right. Going once, twice. All right, sold. Thank you, Barb. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You'll recall that at our last meeting, we approved the Exascale Transition Subcommittee report that Roscoe Giles and his team have worked so assiduously on. And Roscoe's going to give us sort of a brief update about the remaining work and the sprinkles that go on top. So Roscoe, floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Yeah, hit me if you go to the next slide. This is my subcommittee. I want to thank them all for the hard work that we did. If we can go to the next slide. What I'm going to talk about is the status of the report, a few acknowledgements. I optionally can tell you what's in the report, but you've heard it several times already, and I suspect a review is not needed, but that's up to you, and then space for further discussion. I will be brief, uncharacteristically brief. For the report status, as Dan mentioned, the report findings and recommendations were accepted by ASCAC at the April meeting. I've brought slightly, at least in advance of this meeting, the final report text, and that is online in the repository for you to see. And I think Christine emailed it to members of ASCAC. And that text is, as far as we're concerned, modulo any few remaining typos and things and formatting ready for final submission. We too, as with Tony, are still constructing a cover image. And I have some friends working on that. To point out some of the changes that were made, basically all the findings and conclusions are the same as before. We added some points in the discussion to clarify some matters that were raised at the April meeting, as you may recall. For example, some additional discussion of research and the need for research in areas where the algorithms do not easily scale to many GPUs and to sort of the current architecture of exascale machines. We highlighted that those areas of research were also things that we were interested in. Some revisions to the discussion of several of the actual research points. Hopefully we clarified the text and translated in various places lots of bullets into words that were in the previous report, and added a few sections like an executive summary, a list of acronyms, and at the end something that you might find useful as a summary, an appendix that summarizes all 26 findings and recommendations sort of on 2 or 3 pages as a list. As I said, the findings and recommendations are unchanged, even almost down to their text of what the lead item was, except there were several in the workforce section that we rearranged ever so slightly the language of what was in the top level bullet. And we hope that represents an improvement from your perspective. If we can go to the next slide. Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge, some of the tremendous amount of work that went into this report by people other than just us on the subcommittee, though the subcommittee put in a lot of time. I had an amazing experience interacting with the ECP community, ranging from the 2019, I believe it was, all hands meeting where I snuck around the back corners saying, I wonder if you could tell me a little bit about what all this is about, to by the 2020 all hands meeting, we had the first draft report ready and everybody wanted to hear what I had to say. Quite a transition from knowing nothing to being at the front of the hall trying to explain what I did learn. Anyway, we owe a lot to the leadership team and the participants and contributors to ECP itself, the labs, the industry council, and many, many individuals we talked to across the community. similarly, in the OSCAR research community, we met with various groups of researchers and got perspectives there. A tremendous acknowledgement to OSCAR and ASC leaders and staff and folks who have helped make all this possible. We did a discussion with the SC program directors who were very generous with their time and interacted with the wider HPC community at SC and beyond through a couple of workshops. So I'm really grateful, and it was a delight to interact with all these folks. If you can get to the next slide. So I can summarize the whole report or not. Let me give you the one-page summary of the report. So go to the next slide, and that may be my last one. So there you go. I'm actually ready to stop. If you want, I can summarize what all the findings and recommendations were, but I'm not sure whether it's necessary. Dan, give me some guidance.
Maybe the 1 minute summary, Roscoe. Just you know. To
Okay, so the 1 minute summary. Go to the next slide. That was the charge, to look at the lessons from ECP, both with respect to management, with respect to comment on OSCAR's investments in research and partnerships and interaction with the labs, possible at least comment about new research and development priorities. And then the important thing is to make recommendations for capturing lessons learned from ECP, for supporting software and hardware technologies and applications that have been advanced through ECP, and informing OSCAR's future investment strategy for the basic research programs. So if we go to the next slide, the sort of theme areas of our report were basically what we just said: advancing and building on ECP, advancing OSCAR research. We pulled out the current and future workforce and maintaining and growing the effective workforce, and maintaining and advancing international and national leadership in advanced scientific computing. So those were the main areas that we addressed. In each of those areas, we had findings and recommendations, which are actually all on the next slides. I'll give you the 1 minute on each slide version, if that's okay. So if we go to the next slide, looking at advancing and building on ECP, we noted in the findings some of ECP's successes. I tend to talk about ECP because of my perspective doing this transition report in the past tense, when, as we all know, it's both past and future, but we're talking about what we observed. So that we noted ECP's successes in broad dimensions, and particularly in management, in creating the software ecosystem associated with ECP, and supporting collaborations with facilities and industry. Our recommendations, and it's interesting that you know, the report came formally, I guess, in April. I see pieces of this already being implemented, or at least possibly being implemented. But creating a shared software stewardship program within OSCAR that is sort of taking ownership of the software that's been created and the software ecosystem that's been created by ECP, and giving it a life that is supported in a more direct way by OSCAR. Engage and while doing that, also work to anticipate current and future software needs. So act sort of proactively to develop additional software that comes out of some of the research areas when it's ready to be productized and hardened. We look for collaborative support for applications with the other offices in DOE, in SIDAC-like models, but where there might be more focus on producing software that can be supported in a sort of broad way, and to continue to build industry and academic engagement. And on the management side, to look carefully at some of the elements of ECP's project management practices and ability to coordinate activities across the labs and across the partnership, and note those practices that are adaptable to ASCAR itself and to a sort of broader context. Already more than a minute on that. Sorry about that. If we could advance to the next slide. On the research side, we noticed sort of what Barb also mentioned, the degree to which the math and computing science research has been foundational for the actual work of ECP and for beyond ECP for advancing scientific computing, and that we need to continue to invest in the base programs. We noted that the base research programs have been constrained during the time of ECP as attention and funding in the early parts at least was directed towards pre-ECP work and then building up ECP. And we called very much for reinvesting in the base programs, and as part of that, creating a stable environment for basic research so that people who are planning to spend time doing that research have some sort of stability and an ability to pursue directions. Also looking, again, partially in overlapping with the ECP lessons, for effective ways to harden, productize, and distribute research software that is up to that kind of level. So selected research software to go ahead and push it out. Going to the next slide. In the workforce area, we noted the quality and character of the workforce that has come together to work with ASCAR to advance scientific computing, and noted that that's a skilled and motivated workforce, and that it's challenged during the transition, both to retain its energy, to continue to grow its diversity, and to offer opportunities to the very talented people who have been part of the workforce, so that as the transition from ECP to the follow-on projects take hold, we don't lose lots of the skill and energy that has been created, and particularly that we're able to retain people during the transition when futures may be less certain or appear less certain in terms of career prospects, in terms of roles. So our recommendations are to reinvigorate research, and particularly people who want to explore new areas, to work to retain the current workforce, strengthen ties to universities and the ecosystem, and explicitly thinking about career paths for people whose work on software and development is critical to the success, again, say in ECP, but where we don't have a pathway for a formal pathway for scientific software professionals. And we discovered lots of qualitative and action and interest support for diversity, equity, inclusion, but it needs to hit the ground and be emphasized as we move forward in the future. And finally, if we go to the next slide, the number of findings and so on are small, but the impact is big. We think that the ECP and ECI programs reflect international leadership and national leadership in exascale computing, advanced scientific computing. And we anticipate a world that's been reflected in what's already been talked about at this meeting, that in the future, the new horizons and exciting areas in computing will emerge on a national and international scale that impact DOE's mission. So our recommendations are to aggressively try to maintain our leadership in advanced computing and do it in a context where we're very open to engage and collaborate with national stakeholders and other agencies and across the board. Again, that's been reflected, I think, in the discussion this morning of Tony's report very exactly, that there are areas unlike exascale computing where DOE is not the main locus of the research and development, but a lot is happening elsewhere, and we have to figure out how to fit in with that. So that was the set of findings and recommendations from last time, as fast as I could say them.
All right, that was a long 1 minute, Roscoe, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I thought it was important to remind people what the recommendations were.
Yeah.
So any comments or thoughts on Roscoe's summary?
This is Vivek Sarkar. Roscoe, thanks for the summary. Even from the original report, I really appreciated your subcommittee's recommendations for certain kinds of investments, the shared software stewardship program, reinvesting in ASCAC research, which I think will be really also improved as the program manager bench increases in computer science over there, and investing in strengthening ties to universities. I was just wondering, especially for the last one, I think for investing in shared software stewardship and reinvesting in RESET would be, was there anything concrete that was discussed in terms of what could be done for investing and strengthening ties with universities? And I know there's some challenges. For instance, some labs have recently cut back on, for example, giving LDRD subcontracts to universities and so on. So just wondering if there was anything concrete that was discussed on that front.
Well, I think there were some areas that we did talk about that have that feature. One is having predictable and consistent timetables in the appearance of opportunities that universities can participate in, so that one's not always stuck in a situation where you have to go, the only way to get connected is to go through a lab and then have a subcontracting process, but where people can plan ahead. So the idea of regular and predictable opportunities for universities to become involved in a sort of more consistent way. Also an encouragement to with the universities to use the flexibility in the university for doing some sort of rapid experimentation and prototyping that it may be more difficult at the labs, but figuring out ways of continuing to do that, and particularly having a regular sort of pattern. I'm sorry, some helicopters are coming by, which you may hear in the background. But those are a couple of things. And then in the written report, there are some more, elements of the vision for that.
Right.
Rich,
Thank you.
Rich, did you have a question? No, okay. All right, thanks, Roscoe. I appreciate it. I actually want to take just a moment of prerogative here to connect to what Roscoe said at the end about workforce. And so I'm going to express a personal opinion, maybe as a setup for what I'm sure Valerie will talk about. I'm really worried about the workforce situation in the U.S., both what we do to cultivate our local talent, both members of underrepresented groups in STEM fields, but even majority students. It is a real concern for our future. And I worry equally about what it means for our international pipeline of students. I'm just watching as a sidebar here today, there's further conversation about restricting visa intervals for international PhD students. And I'll just climb off my soapbox by saying, we succeed by being a vibrant and welcoming and nurturing place for intellectual talent. And I think it's really important that we work hard not only to support and nurture our domestic talent, but be a welcoming place for international talent. But we especially have work to do as we try to encourage and support more members of underrepresented groups going into STEM. And I'll climb off my soapbox, but I think this is a really, really important issue for us. And with that, let me turn the floor over to Valerie.
Okay, I'm just getting everything. Thanks so much, Dan, and great soapbox. And thanks also to Barb for the invitation to present today. And let me just bring up my slides. I think I'm sharing. All good?
Yes, yes, it's fine.
Thank you. I know with everyone on mute. Thanks for the invitation, and I'll spend a little bit of time just talking about workforce in terms of challenges and opportunities. And so first, I want to set the stage in terms of what we're talking about with the workforce, and that's looking at the computing continuum. And this is thanks to an image from Pete Beckman. And so it also lends itself to with Tony and what you were talking about with the instrument to the edge, but it's looking at going with sensors, edge computing, with instruments to HPC, looking at that full continuum, and recognizing too, with respect to critical areas, we have critical needs in terms of computer science, applied math, computational science, data science, computer engineering, just to name a few. And also to provide some context as well, I'll be drawing from some of the reports, 2 reports that were put out by the National Academies. One was on the growth of computer science undergraduate enrollments. And so I had an opportunity to participate on that committee. But they also put out a report too on barriers and opportunities for 2-year and 4-year STEM degrees. And I think that's important, especially the 2-year degrees, because that's often overlooked. And then also ACM put out a report about computer science and looking at retention and how that's also a critical issue facing our universities. And so while I'll present some results or some charts related to computer science, it's recognized that it's important across applied math, computational science, so the broad scope. So when we talk about workforce, I want to talk about 5 areas. And that has to do with K through 12. And I bring out 2-year, and I'll present some data with the 2-year because I think that's very important, as well as undergraduates, grad students, and we can consider also postdocs as well. But I also want to bring up alternative pathways. And that is looking at the case that in some cases people may retool into particular areas. So that's really important. And that's to say that it's not where, I'm reluctant to use the analogy of a pipeline, but more like multiple pathways to get to different particular areas that are needed in terms of high performance computing. And then also along with what Dan had to say, and that is expressing the importance of diversity. And that's really important as well. And to create an environment of inclusion. So first, starting the discussion about K through 12 students, and it was recognized with a blueprint for reform where there's a need to increase the number of students pursuing STEM degrees and careers. And this was back in 2010. And so within computing, there's been a large effort to look at computer science AP and the AP programs. And what was found in high school, and that is that by the time students start high school in terms of computer science, it's predominantly white boys. And so for girls and minorities, the representation is disproportionately small. And so here I provide some results, and this is from Barbara Erickson at University of Michigan, where it has to do with the computer science advanced placement exams. So it's interesting because the number of students taking the computer science AP has been going up, which is great. And we can see, however, for example, with the computer science A, which is focused on the programming in Java, it's about 24% women, 4% Black, 12% Hispanic. When we get to the computer science principles, where it's looking at algorithms and methods, so broader aspects about computing, it goes up a bit, where it's about 33% women, 7% Black, and 20% Hispanic. However, if we look at in terms of the K through 12 population, it's about 15% Black and about 28% Hispanic. So there's more work to be done in terms of looking at that growth with respect to the computer science AP. And that also represents, too, an interest in computer science. In addition, when we look at the K through 12 program, there's a number of organizations, for example, the Computer Science for All, which is looking at engagement with students as well as teachers, and also content providers. And that is content providers for the teachers with respect to computer science courses, with respect to also the computer science AP. Then there's a lot of work being done, and I think with the CS for All, there's over 500 organizations. So it's a lot of activity in that space, which is great. We can see with the labs, there are also summer camps. So for example, at Argonne this past summer, we had a virtual big data camp where we had about 14 students participate. And this was over a 1-week data camp, which was really good and engaging, even though it was virtual. And, you know, one thing that comes up too with the challenges is also more exposure, I think, to parallelism and possibly more exposure to some of the work in the area of AI as well. And, you know, when we think about K through 12, you know, I was talking with a friend of mine and we were saying that, you know, you can even go down to kindergarten, because oftentimes in kindergarten, students are really engaged in parallel play, you know. So, you know, we can start the notion about parallelism early in a K through 12, because everything, all the chips are now, or the processors, you're looking at multi-core, and you have parallelism in many different ways, whether it's different, the number of cores or the type of processors that are being used. Then there's also, when we look at especially edge computing and sensors, there's also the opportunity to look at problems for social good. And I think when you do that, and students can bring in more of their own background, it's an opportunity for cultural relevance. And so that can be exciting and engage students with looking at sensors. And that could be sensors with air quality. It could be sensors in terms of water levels. So different aspects that can be used with the sensors. There's also a lot that's being done with makerspace, first robotics, after school programs. I also want to note too, that for example, with Pacific Northwest National Lab, they have what they call the STEM ambassadors, where what they do is with the researchers at the lab, they provide communication tools and resources such that the researchers have an opportunity to share their science and the work they're doing with students in grades 6 through 12. And so right now at Pacific Northwest, they have about 55 researchers that are engaged as STEM ambassadors, and looking at that actually growing. At Lawrence Livermore, there's also the connection with Girls Who Code. And so that's where currently they have about 25 volunteers working with 8 schools in terms of engaging more girls around code and the excitement around computing and what can be done in that space. And here I present some data around the 2-year programs. And I think this is important because the plots represent, for example, the number of degrees, and this is from the IPEDS database. And so if we're looking at these plots, we can see, and this is the plot on your left represents all institutions, and the plot on the right goes into a little more detail in terms of not-for-profit institutions. But you can see the line that's highlighted in yellow represents the number of associate's degrees. And so in terms of computing, there's a significant number of associate degrees that are being awarded. And oftentimes with associate's degrees and students enrolled at 2-year institutions, as was noted in the report, the students are often older, work part-time, but the 2-year institutions provide a pathway to 4-year institutions. In some cases, some institutions have a co-enrollment. And so some things to look at there, and that is at 2-year institutions, there's also an opportunity to add more components around HPC, possibly to the 2-year curriculum. As we talk about undergraduate students, I just want to spend a little time here to give demographics too in terms of diversity, and that has to do with women and looking at the degrees. And for women, we have all institutions, but the lines also give the non-for-profit institutions as well. And we can see where we're seeing some dips, and that is especially the percentage in comparison to 1985. We also see dips and significant dips after 2000. And I think that's really important. The plot on the right gives demographics in terms of ethnicity, and that's where we can see in terms of Black students, the percentage has gone down. It's really good. We're seeing a trend with Hispanic students where the percentage is going up. And American Indian or Alaskan Native is really small in terms of the numbers. But just to give some demographics in terms of diversity. So now, a question that comes up too with the undergraduate curriculum, I think there's a lot of opportunity as well for the curriculum to focus on the full computing continuum, and that is looking at edge devices, sensors, all the way up to HPC. And we see now in undergraduate classes that there's courses on parallel computing. There may be courses on IoT devices or sensors. And one question in another course on data analysis, is it possible to also integrate some of those courses and make certain that the students are becoming familiar with data that may be collected at the edge, doing the analysis, and also maybe integrating with simulation as well, even at the undergraduate level. There's also opportunities with respect to certificates. There's opportunities to bring some of the research into the classroom. And that is, some universities, have adjunct faculty to teach in the classroom. And that's really good because it allows the labs to bring some of the research into the classrooms. It also requires computational platforms. to take advantage of that. And all of the labs take advantage of summer internships and co-ops. This year, I know at Argonne, we had over 100 students in computing that were participating virtually. And so everyone worked really hard to have constant contact and that engagement. In some of the programs, for example, at Lawrence Berkeley, they work with the Sustainable Horizon Institute, and they have a sustainable research pathways. And it's very interesting with their SRP program, and that is the Sustainable Horizons Institute works to match the Lawrence Berkeley researchers with faculty and to look at collaborations, and that is faculty that may be at minority serving institutions, at institutions that serve a large number of underrepresented populations. And so they're looking at matching the lab researchers with faculty and looking at collaborations. And then for the summer research experience will involve the faculty as well as students. And then that way, when the students go back to the university, they have that faculty connection. And this is Sustainable Horizon Institute also works to engage the students with other conferences as well. At Argonne, for example, we had a first look, and this was launched last year in 2019, where we brought in about 100 students from 2-year and 4-year institutions in the broad Chicago area to visit Argonne, learn about the different internship opportunities, and really engage the students as a whole in terms of tour and engage them in terms of applying to different programs. When we look at grad students, and I think here we have, across the labs, we have very strong partnerships with the universities, and that's with the grad students coming for summer internships. Many of the grad students, after they complete their courses, they may spend 6 to 9 months at a given site. We can often also leverage research collaborations with faculty. You know, it's a great recruiting opportunity. And so here, that's where I think there's opportunities as well to focus on the full spectrum in terms of the computing continuum. There's also opportunities, again, as we talked about with undergraduates, to look at partnerships with respect to computational resources. If we look at some of the programs at the labs, and of course, there's the well-known DOE, the Computational Science Graduate Fellowship Program that's really great. There's also the GEM, the Graduate Consortium with GEM that focuses on underrepresented students, giving them an opportunity to fund their studies as well as an internship when there's a match. There's also, for example, at Argonne, there's ADPASC, which is the Argonne Training Program for Extreme Scale Computing. It includes grad students, but there's also a big focus on postdocs and computational scientists in terms of getting that training over a 2-week time period of becoming more familiar with the high performance computing and the leadership class computing at the lab. And one thing we've been talking about within the CRLC is also a connection with the Sustainable Horizon Institute, or SHI, to increase the awareness about opportunities at the labs at institutions that actually have a large number of underrepresented students. So that could be minority serving institutions, it could be liberal arts colleges, and so making that partnership. And so what we're looking at is each of the labs sending, or each of the labs participating in 2 seminar series or 2 seminars in connection with institutions. And as we participate in the seminars, we also have some slides that we all present that gives an overview about all of the labs. And then I also want to present about alternative pathways. And that is oftentimes there's alternative pathways where the path may be through coding boot camps. And we see a large number of coding boot camps, and they vary in organization, in duration, in focus areas. And, you know, right now there needs to be some way to really evaluate the rigor of those camps. And do they include parallel programming, AI, data analysis? But we're seeing a large number of them pop up. But I think too, as we look at alternative pathways, this allows for retooling. And I think that's important with the retooling. I think going back to discussions earlier today, with retooling, this can occur with different training, but it can also occur working across multidisciplinary teams. And that is bringing together different people with different perspectives. And it may be teams working on, for example, areas related to AI for science and retooling in that way. So I think the retooling becomes really important. I know at Argonne, we were looking at that too with some of our LDRD expeditions of looking at multidisciplinary teams. And so just 2 more slides, Dan. Just wrapping up too about partnerships. I think that part is really important in looking at partnerships around industry, academia, government labs, government agencies as well. And with those partnerships, there's opportunities to bring the real world into the classroom. And that's so important, I think, with the students in terms of bringing some of our research problems into the classrooms for the related topics. There's also opportunities in terms of guest lectures. And I think many of researchers participate with guest lectures, oftentimes at local universities, and possibly in terms of those classes being part of certificates. I think in the area of diversity, there's really a significant opportunity with partnerships with minority serving institutions and other organizations. So for example, in computing, there's a website with BPCNet that includes many different organizations that are focused on different aspects about diversity. That can be K-8, high school, undergrad, grad, and that's available for partnerships. Again, opportunities in terms of research, considering opportunities for co-curricular activities. So I think it's really rich in terms of those partnerships and those opportunities. And lastly, I'll just summarize, and that is, it's important to consider all levels of the educational enterprise, and that is with K-12, 2-year institutions, undergrad, grad, postdocs, as well as alternative pathways. And recognizing too that there's multiple paths to degree completion. And I think it's also important for us as a community to reward the experience, the curiosity, the tinkering that students have, and to encourage it. You know, as was just discussed, there's opportunities with partnerships, also along diversity efforts. And one recommendation is, I think it's really important for ASCAC to continue to support training and outreach efforts across all levels. So with that, I'll end and open for questions.
Thanks, Valerie. Questions or comments for Valerie?
Dan, this is Barb. I have a comment for Valerie's last bullet there. I would love, and anybody who knows me knows that I did a high school program, Adventures in Supercomputing years ago, but that's something DOE can't do anymore. We kind of, the labs can do K-12, but DOE headquarters can't support K-12, but certainly we're interested in undergraduate and graduate programs and postdocs at facilities and in research. The one thing that is interesting, we're starting to look more at what we can do for underrepresented minorities and minorities serving institutions. So any recommendations in that area, we would be interested in hearing from anybody.
Okay. Thank you, Barb.
Dan, I have a question, Martin.
Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
Great talk, Valerie. Recently, Moshe Vardi did a piece in the Communications of the ACM talking about the challenge of getting domestic students to do PhDs, and how often, what I hear from these students is that it's too hard. I'm going to be at a significant financial disadvantage. I mean, arguably they'd lose about $1 million in income while doing a PhD over working in a good job. Have you any thoughts on how we should change our PhD programs to make them more attractive, or whether that's even a desirable thing to do?
I think it's a desirable thing to do. And I think, so I saw Moshe's article that was also, talking about too the international student issue as well. But I think too, it is important, I think a couple of things. And I think this is what NSF has seen too with the research experiences for undergraduates. And that is oftentimes giving students that opportunity to work on research and open-ended problems can be very exciting. And so, and I think that's a really strong way to engage students in terms of graduate school. And while you talk about the time that you're in graduate school, how much you may miss in terms of the income, the question that comes up is the acceleration too of the income with the graduate degrees and the opportunities that present itself with graduate degrees and the type of problems that you'll be working on when you have a graduate degree, at a national lab, at a university, as well as in industry. The type of problems that you work on are very different with the graduate degree. And I think those are some ways to really emphasize that to students, but you have to emphasize that, I think, early on in their undergraduate program, because by the time they are senior, if that hasn't been emphasized, they're focused on the job market. But I think emphasizing that early, freshman year about research and providing those opportunities. And you have some students that go out into industry and then come back and see the difference in the type of problems that they're working on. And they realize that it's not just, about the money. It's also about the richness of what you're doing.
I couldn't agree with you more. Great answer, but they still say it's too hard, and they still say I need to get paid, and I completely agree. I said everything that you said to some of those people, and I wish it would work better than it did. Let's just put it like that. But great answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I find some students are not aware too of the funding available for grad school, and that also becomes an issue, because in some cases students may have accumulated federal loans, and then you don't recognize that there's opportunities for funding in grad school, like with the GEM consortium with different fellowships, NSF fellowship, the DOE graduate fellowship. So yeah.
Well, one of the there have been multiple National Academy studies about graduate school environments, and one of the recommendations that's been made several times about improving maybe some of those working conditions is shifting more money away from PI awards into graduate fellowships, because it shifts the power balance in terms of creating more incentives for students to migrate to labs where it's a positive experience, as opposed to feeling like you're laboring to advance the PI's career. But these are complex things. So other questions or comments?
So Dan, this is Wendy.
Yeah, this is Vivek. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Wendy.
Go ahead, Wendy, and then Vivek.
Thanks. So first, Valerie, great presentation. And then second, I just want to thank DOE for the support that they provided for the WINS program. That's a program that Marla Meal and I are PI and co-PI on, that provide travel grants for women to participate in the SciNet every year at supercomputing. And we'll be doing that virtually this year. So the question I have, I thought it's interesting talking about community colleges. One of the things that we see is many of the women from the WINS program actually start their career at a community college, often in a non-technical area. And we also see some mid-career changes that people will have done, women in particular will have done some other career first, and then they'll get some new training and then go on into the IT field. So Valerie, I'm just curious if you've seen that phenomena. I'm talking mostly about sort of, network engineering, and I know you were talking a lot about high performance computing fields. And I'm also curious if there's anything you think we could do to really capture that group of both women, and I have to think that they're probably minorities in that group as well.
Right, and I think a couple of things, because I know, for example, when I was in grad school at Berkeley, Berkeley had this program called a re-entry program, and it was geared toward women and minorities in terms of where a degree was in another area and you wanted to get a degree in computing or engineering. And so it allowed you to transition in terms of getting the background courses and then pursue a master's or PhD in terms of that re-entry program. And I think those programs are really good. And I think your second question, so I think programs that give you that opportunity to transition and to retool. In terms of two-year institutions, I think that's where it becomes really important to provide the exposure to students at two-year institutions about STEM programs and HPC. And to give more background there, so prior to being at Argonne, I was at Texas A&M. And so at Texas A&M, we established what was called engineering academies with two-year institutions. And it gave students a way to be co-enrolled in the College of Engineering at Texas A&M while working on their fundamental classes at the two-year institutions. And that way we could capture them early at the two-year institutions. And it was a really good partnership. And I think more universities have what they call articulation agreements with two-year institutions, which are really good to capture students early, to look at careers and different degrees in terms of the STEM areas. But it is, when you look at the demographics for two-year institutions, it's very diverse. And I think Vivek as well.
Oh yeah, thanks Valerie. I really enjoyed your talk. I was thinking about, you're pointing out the need or the opportunity to add parallel programming, parallel computing, high performance computing to the curricula for all the programs you discussed. And it seems, and we have a lack of qualified people to teach this content in large numbers, especially, in the two-year programs and in particular, but even in many undergraduate and graduate programs. So a potential win-win, an actual win-win is for people who are so inclined in DOE labs to contribute in this way. We of course have many distinguished scientists in DOE labs who have faculty appointments, but I'm thinking of something broader scale, and I've spoken to many people at different levels in the labs who would welcome the opportunity for this kind of engagement, like teach at a community college, a unit related to parallel computing. what do you see as the potential obstacles? Is it like funding of their part-time to do it? Any others? Because it could actually be going back to your idea of that, you know, there are many things that make a career fulfilling. This could actually be an attractive opportunity for retention too.
Right. And I think, you know, and I think a couple of things. When you look at K through 12 programs, and let's say injecting in K through 12 programs, it was a big lift to get the computer science principles incorporated in terms of the AP, and you know, where now you have the CS for all. But I think, you know, we can leverage from the CS for all to look at providing some content to go into those programs with CS for all. So, you know, leverage from that big lift that they did with the CS principles. I think when you start to get to also two-year institutions, I think there, you know, leveraging from existing partnerships that four-year institutions have with two-year institutions, such that oftentimes, you know, when we talk about injecting new concepts into a course, it's the startup phase for someone teaching, just as you mentioned. It's that startup phase of getting that material, getting that platform, you know, to be used in the course. But I think as we start to share materials, so for example, we had the data camp here at Argonne over the summer, and Mike Papka, we were discussing, you know, coming up with modules from that data camp that can be used, you know, we can distribute it to others to be used. And we use the Chameleon Cloud for that camp. So then that data can be available and shared. So, you know, one thing to do is for us to be creative about the platform and infrastructure that we have, such that we can disseminate, you know, some of the work that we've done with camps and some of the work we've done with different programs, and maybe to disseminate that in a way that it can be easily grabbed and used in the course as a module. And students are now doing so much online, you know, that it could be made available as well as some online material for students to view and use. But I think, you know, you're right, there are obstacles, but I think we can be creative in some ways, in some cases, and leverage some things that have been done.
Any other questions or comments for Valerie? Thanks, Valerie, for talking about this important pipeline issue. And as you said, you were a bit loath to use the word pipeline. I think that's right. This is more of a graph, and I think the notion that, to Wendy's point, that people will enter and exit the education system multiple times and via different mechanisms throughout life is increasingly the norm. And so how we think about supporting that will, I think, for workforce reasons, be really important.
Thank you. And thanks again, Bart.
All right, and my apologies to our last speaker for waiting patiently for us to get to quantum information science discussions. So Sarah, the floor is yours to talk about the centers.
Thank you. Bear with me, I'm gonna share my screen, hopefully successfully. I think that worked. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you very much for sticking around until late in the afternoon. As Dr. Kong mentioned in the morning, we are very excited about our National Quantum Information Science Research Centers. So I hope that I'm going to share some of that enthusiasm with you. I apologize in advance. I'm gonna actually turn off my camera because I've been having some trouble with my internet in the morning. Valerie was talking about the K through 12. I'm running a kindergarten out of my home, and my son has been in Zoom meetings the whole morning. So, but I'll be back. You'll see me after my talk. So here we go. So a little bit of a background that you've seen before, but I think it's useful to remember that the National Quantum Initiative Act is the public law that was signed by the president at the end of December 2018. And the law gave specific roles to 3 agencies, namely DOE, NSF, and NIST. One of the roles that we were given was to establish at least 2, but no more than 5 national quantum information science resource centers. So I'm gonna keep coming to this, but community engagement is one of the keystones of our QIS goals, along with the whole of Office of Science approach. So the first thing that we did, was really to form a working group with an Office of Science to take this responsibility, and then draft a request for information and issue this to gather community input. In July 2019, we received 38 very thoughtful comments, and we spent the summer of 2019 analyzing and incorporating this input into the FOA draft. Again, you've seen the slide in the morning. On January 10th, we issued the long-awaited FOA, and the FOA described the first large-scale QIS effort that crosses the technical breadth of whole of Office of Science. In this FOA, we incorporated the input that we received in response to the RFI, but also the input from our DOE colleagues using the red team review or the IPT approach that, again, Dr. Kong mentioned in the morning. And we introduced the concept of science and technology innovation chain, and I'm gonna try to describe this a little bit better in the subsequent slides. But also to facilitate the direct participation by different institutions, we provided team and flexibility options. We are coordinating closely with other agencies, and we expect that the centers will leverage the investments made by other agencies and find synergies by these groups that are being funded by other efforts. So this slide is really trying to describe our thought process going into this and drafting the FOA. We wanted to align with the NQI Act, certainly, and of course meet our leadership's expectations. Delineate the centers from existing Office of Science efforts. So as you've seen, since 2017, the QIS investments and along with that, the scope that we're actually addressing over the years has been ramping up rapidly. So we want to make sure that the centers are working and coordinating with these efforts, but also they're coming up with aspects, and they're actually displaying these aspects that make them unique. So it's almost like there's a permeable line between the centers and our existing Office of Science efforts that allow them to coordinate and work together, but also that distinguishes the centers from the other efforts that we're actually funding. We wanted to make sure that the scope is appropriate for the level of investment. This is a lot of money, and we're aware of that, and we want to make sure that they're living up to that. Incorporate the input received in response to the RFI, and guide the community but leave flexibility. So we had to find a balance in the FOA in terms of describing exactly what we want, but also leave flexibility to the community and not necessarily be prescriptive. So we describe the required aspects up front. The significant national impact, we expect that the centers will actually, the potential impact of success will be significant. each center will attack a major challenge of sufficient difficulty and urgency to warrant a large multi-institutional and multidisciplinary effort. Science and technology innovation chain. So in order to accelerate progress overall within a field, especially in its early stages of research and development, such as QIS, it's very important to look at different levels in the science and technology chain. And in this case, we defined in the FOA what those levels were that we thought were appropriate for the centers. And that goes from fundamental science to devices, to systems, to prototypes, and to applications. And we wanted to make sure that the proposers in the FOA, when they read the FOA, they were aware that we were looking for them to address different levels of that science and technology innovation chain, and really come up with processes that will allow the different technologies and different research results to be picked up by maybe other entities, and certainly in the case of technology transfer by industry. QIS ecosystem stewardship, like I said, we expect that the centers will complement the existing QIS based research investments that we made in DOE and also by other agencies, and certainly come up with coherent efforts that would be beyond the scope of what would normally be supported by those programs. But there's a little bit more to it too, that the centers would actually have the responsibility to become national and international leaders, really, to come up with viable workforce development plans and training programs and innovative ways to partner with the industry and really, etc. So the multidisciplinary leadership, of course, each center, we expected that they will be led by a team of experts in multiple disciplines that blend basic scientific research, early stage technology development, and engineering design and prototype development. Certainly the collaborative management structure, we really wanted each center to think really carefully about coming up with management structures that will allow them to achieve self-integration across the science and engineering disciplines that they would span, so that the outcome is really the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and we wanted them to clearly describe a defined approach to create synergistic team-focused culture. And of course, well-structured plan and matrix. Again, this is a big investment, and each center, we wanted them to have clearly defined near, intermediate, and long-term goals for every thrust area that they were proposing, and really plans to figure out how they're going to impact the different areas of the QIS ecosystem. Okay, so the review process. This was a long process, actually. If you were to count from the preparation of the RFI to the selection, it was certainly almost a 2-year process, certainly 1.5 years. But starting from the pre-proposals on February 10th, we received the pre-proposals. The whole review process, by the way, it was described in detail in the FOA, and every step that we will be doing, we provided details so that the proposers knew what to expect. So we received the pre-proposals on February 10th, and we applied 2 filters, responsiveness review and competitiveness review to the pre-proposals. Competitiveness review is something that we don't always use, but we have the option to do so in certain FOAs, and we would say that in upfront in the FOA that we will be doing that. It's similar to a merit review, except that in this case we have internal federal program managers looking at the pre-proposals and providing comments for the pre-proposals and scores. And at the end of the day, we would come all together and come up with a recommended portfolio for the pre-proposals and come up with, you know, who would we would invite to submit proposals and who we would decline. So on April 17th, we received the proposals and we did a quick responsiveness review. In this case, we didn't decline any proposal at that stage. They were all responsive. And of course, then we conducted a merit review by external reviewers. Of course, by then we were in the COVID time. Originally, the merit review was supposed to be on-site, but we ended up doing everything virtually. And then we described 2 more processes in the FOA, and we ended up by using them. The pre-selection interviews and pre-selection clarification. In the pre-selection interviews, we invited a selected group of proposer teams to give us more information about their proposals. In this case, we came up with a set of questions that would help them to elaborate more on the responses to the merit review criteria. We provided the identical set of questions to every team, and we met with them one-on-one, so they didn't know what the others were. And this did not involve external reviewers. It was only federal staff from DOE as well as other agencies. And we followed a certain structure to conduct these interviews. They were, you know, we did it over a certain period of time in certain days. And the questions were asked only by the QIS working group, Office of Science QIS working group. And mostly the dialogue went between the 2 sides. So in the pre-selection clarification process, then we went back to, again, a certain selected group of applicants and asked for more clarification questions. Again, this was all described in the FOA. In this case, we expected them to provide some input via email. And we asked them to tell us a little bit more about the synergies between their proposed center and the recently announced other QIS efforts by other entities. But also we've given them some budget scenarios and expected them to give us some revised plans based on budget scenarios. So finally, on August 26th, we were able to announce the selections. At the end of the day, the selections are based on 5 factors: merit review recommendations, pre-selection interviews, the input that we received in response to pre-selection clarification, certainly our recommendations within the working group, and of course the program policy factors that we describe in the FOA. So you've seen this again in the morning. We are happy to announce 5 national QIS research centers. They overall, they do address all the aspects that we envisioned in the FOA. Now in the next couple of slides, I'm gonna try to give you a snapshot of every center. I just don't have time to do justice to what every center is actually trying to accomplish, because they're very big and they have very ambitious goals. But I hope that this will encourage you to go to their websites and to learn more about every center. And if you have any questions, please contact me or the center director. So the first one is QNext. This one is led by Argonne. Their goals include developing quantum interconnects, sensors, and really become a national resource for quantum materials. They plan to develop quantum standards. Certainly, I think the first thing in the world, that the National Quantum Devices Database, and also build 2 quantum foundries at Argonne and SLAC. There are 3 national labs, 10 universities, and 10 industry partners in the center. Second one is led by Brookhaven. In this case, we have 24 partner institutions that are working to develop co-design tools and benchmarks and develop and discover new materials and qubit devices and architectures. Again, they have very ambitious goals to come up with co-design processes between materials and devices and algorithms. SQMS is led by Fermilab. It brings together a number of excellent institutions from industry and DOE labs and academic institutions, but also other agency entities, certainly NASA, Ames Research Lab, and NIST. And their goal is to understand and eliminate the decoherence mechanisms in superconducting devices, with the goal of finally enabling construction and deployment of superior quantum systems for computing and sensing. This one, Quantum Systems Accelerator, is led by Berkeley. This center is certainly going to leverage the investments that we made in testbeds in Berkeley and Sandia, and they have very ambitious goals to harness, program, and engineer and engage quantum. And I encourage you again to take a look at their website. Last one, Quantum Science Center. This one is led by Oak Ridge. The overall goal is to overcome roadblocks in quantum resilience and controllability to come up with scalable quantum technologies. They plan to do this through 3 major thrusts: design of new topological materials for quantum information science, develop algorithms and software for computation and sensing, and design new quantum devices and sensors. So overall, I want to give you a picture of what the overall portfolio looks like. And I mentioned these 5 essential components that led to actually what we envisioned in the first place. Science and technology innovation chain. Each center, they have targets on each of one of the layers of the science and technology innovation chain. And it's very hard to capture the scope of the overall portfolio will be here. But overall, not only they have targets for every level from fundamental science to devices to systems to prototypes and applications, but also they have processes to actually enable technology transfer that would come about while they're working on these different levels, but also work with different partners and to disseminate the research results. The technical areas of interest, again, we wanted the centers, what we envisioned was not to have a BES or OSCAR or an HEP center, but have Office of Science centers. So in order to do that, we defined different technical areas of interest within the FOA, but we wanted to make sure that they were addressing different subtopics within these technical areas of interest, and certainly at least 2 groups, so that the centers, each one of them is cross-cutting. So overall, our portfolio is covering a large area within QIS, but also is meeting the goals of different Office of Science programs in terms of accomplishing different scientific achievements in QIS. The diverse management structure. So we really want to send a message that the centers should be taking the project management seriously in this case. And we've seen that certainly in the applications that we received and certainly in the portfolio that we came up with. So, but there's not a one size fits all. We understand and we're very happy that there's a diversity in the management structures within the portfolio. In terms of the center directors, we have a diversity. and even more diversity in deputy directors, but also in the approaches that they're taking. From the more like ECP-like management structure in the Oak Ridge-led center to more lean management structure in the Fermilab-led center. At the end of the day, these are the best experts in the world. And if you actually look at the time that they're committing to these centers, that shows that we were able to gather the best experts in the world to really commit to make significant national impact in QIS. Instrumentation and facilities, we explained in the FOA that we expected them to fully leverage the DOE facilities across the lab complex, but also look outside. A lot of our, well, at least a number of them, they plan to incorporate the capabilities from the industry, but also build new capabilities. I gave the example of Argon and Slack, but also look at international facilities. So Fermilab, for example, they have a partnership with INFN in Italy, and they're going to plan to use Gran Sasso, which is the largest underground laboratory in the world. So overall, we have 39 academic institutions, 11 DOE labs, 14 companies, 3 other agencies, entities, and 2 foreign institutions, which totals to 69 institutions from 22 states and District of Columbia and Canada and Italy. Again, the QIS ecosystem stewardship, the portfolio shows that the centers that we picked, they took this seriously. They have within the portfolio, within the centers, we have members of QEDC, which is the Quantum Economic Development Consortium that was put together with by NIST, but also connections to other agency efforts like NSF's Quantum Leap Challenge Institutes. So we have common PIs, and that's welcome. We coordinate with NSF and with our PIs to make sure that there are no duplication of efforts, but also these PIs, they're actually essentially making connections between different efforts that we're funding. There are unique approaches for workforce development and industry outreach. For example, the Berkeley-led center is going to use, is partnering with Simons Institute to come up with workforce development programs. Certainly other centers, they have planned pilot programs to work with the industry. And of course, leverage in other DOE investments. Again, I did mention the test beds for the case for Berkeley-led center, but also other investments that we're making, EFRCs and hubs and others. So overall, Office of Science's QIS goals encompass multiple timescales, and there are really a number of keystones that we rely on. National QIS Research Centers is one of the investments that we want to make, and we already made, I guess, with national impact. And our approach is to involve all of Office of Science, but also address all of QIS. So we're not necessarily focusing on one aspect of QIS, and we want to keep all of the Office of Science programs engaged in this. Since the beginning, our strategy focused and built on the community engagement, starting from late 2014. We started with a roundtable discussion actually to start engaging our community. So we plan to continue to do that. That's very important to us. Collaboration is another keystone. We certainly want to collaborate with the industry to help the economy or to provide an innovation economy, but also coordinate with other agencies because there's a lot to learn and a lot to leverage from other agencies' investments. And also internationally, we're not alone in this, and there's a lot of other investments and that are going on worldwide. So if anything, we want to be aware of them, and the best thing to do that is to collaborate with them, certainly with the like-minded countries. So national QIS research centers, they really, they're crucial in advancing our QIS goals. So if you, the three keystones that I mentioned in the previous slide, I transported them here too. And there are a couple of things that we've done that's new and different with the QIS research centers. And the, again, going back to the whole of QIS and whole of Office of Science approach, in the preparation of the FOA, we took this actually, certainly the whole of Office of Science approach, but DOE team approach to prepare the FOA. So I think Harriet mentioned in the morning a little bit how we did that. We basically had people from different offices within DOE. So if I were to form an analogy, what that felt like at the time when I was doing this was this, you know, I had this recurrent nightmare when I was in grad school that I will be defending my PhD dissertation and there will be a professor from every department in the university asking me questions. So it wasn't very comfortable at the time, but at the end of the day, by using that approach, we certainly came up with a better FOA. I think that served the community a lot better. Again, the FOA and the center's portfolio, they address an Office of Science wide scope, but also QIS wide scope. But that also, the whole process revealed a couple of things that we needed to do. Certainly the need to better coordinate QIS with an Office of Science. There's a lot going on, and we've been ramping up our investments since 2017, and that needed a new structure for coordination with an Office of Science. And just last week, actually, we came up with a new structure that involves a QIS committee and also formation of a couple of working groups and task forces that's hopefully gonna help us to coordinate better within the Office of Science. The second one that I mentioned is community engagements. Again, we started with that to begin with, issuing an RFI and incorporating the input that we received in response. But also, again, this experience actually revealed that we need to have one place where people can go and learn more about QIS with an Office of Science. So we created this new website for all of Office of Science investments in QIS, including the links to these centers. So please go and take a look at the website. And this is a work in progress, of course. We understand that we need to keep that website updated. And I didn't mention the stewardship role that the centers are going to play. We expect them to play. Coordination partnerships. Again, we put a lot of flexibility in the FOA so that other different types of entities can participate in the centers. And of course, the focus on all levels of the S&T innovation chain. So at the end of the day, we come back to this 5 essential components, and most of these things are not new. Certainly, especially the technical areas of interest, management structure, instrumentation and facilities, we always look for excellent science. And for a big investment like this, we certainly want to make sure that there's a viable and efficient management structure, and the research investments that we make, they leverage the investments that we make in the facilities. But maybe what is a little bit new here is the combination of those 3 already important essential components with science and technology innovation chain, with the emphasis on the ecosystem stewardship. So overall, I do hope that this experience and the process that we created for the National QIS Research Centers is going to be an example for other initiatives that we plan to launch in the future, and I hope that you know, we're going to use the lessons learned. So that's all I have, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Was everybody just tired from a long day? Well, I thank you for the presentation. I do think there are lessons to be learned, certainly as we talked about, you know, lessons from ECP and lessons that could shape, you know, issues around AI initiatives that Tony talked about this morning. I think there's some things to be drawn from here that are applicable in other domains, as you said. So appreciate that very much. Questions? All right, well, thank you then. And apologize again for us running late.
Thank you.
This is the time where there's an opportunity for public comment. So public, would you like to comment on anything that's been discussed today? All right, well, hearing none, seeing no frantic waves or anything else, we'll adjourn until the morning and look forward to some of the presentations that Barb mentioned in her summary coming up tomorrow. So Barb, any parting comments?
Nope, I just thank everybody for attending today. I think that we had great attendance. Good job and great discussion.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. So
okay, that shows our age.
Take care.